Let us pray. Almighty God, we willingly acknowledge you as the Supreme Being, most gracious and most merciful. Look down, we beseech you, on us who are members of this Senate, and deign to assist us in the duties that we have to perform on behalf of our beloved country of Trinidad and Tobago. Open our eyes to see the truth and help us to accept it with all its implications into our lives. Direct us, O Lord, in our deliberations, so that setting aside private interests, unwholesome prejudices, and personal affections, we may treat all matters set before us with honesty, courage, and conviction. Through all we say and do in this Senate, may we give glory and honor to your holy name, inspire confidence in our fellow citizens, and make a positive contribution to the peace and prosperity of our nation. Amen.
Announcements by the President. Public business. Private members' business. Motions.
Senator Anthony Vieira, SC.
Thank you. Mr. President, I beg to move the following motion standing in my name. Whereas Carnival is a defining cultural institution of Trinidad and Tobago and an expression of the nation's heritage, creativity, and plural society, and whereas Carnival contributes significantly to national identity, social cohesion, employment, tourism, entrepreneurship, and foreign exchange earnings, and whereas evolving economic, infrastructural, environmental, governance, and participation challenges require structured dialogue amongst stakeholders and coordinated national planning to ensure the sustainability and inclusivity of Carnival. Be it resolved that this Senate call upon the government to take steps towards the sustainable development of Carnival as a national cultural and economic enterprise, including strengthening institutional coordination, policy planning, infrastructure, skills development, and inclusive participation in collaboration with relevant stakeholders, including the National Carnival Commission. And be it further resolved that the government convene within 6 months a national colloquium on the future of Carnival and related cultural events to facilitate structured national dialogue and to make recommendations for a long-term strategy to secure the cultural, economic, and institutional sustainability of Carnival. I beg to move.
At the end. But I was about to wrap up, you know. But I said that would be unfair to you.
I appreciate it.
So just yeah. It would be Yes, members, honorable members, it would be totally unfair to both Senator Anthony Vieira and the entire Senate, and of course the listening public, not to hear your contribution. So I would disallow your beg to move, and you will now speak.
Mr. President, thank you. I appreciate it. A little procedural hiccup there. Thank you, Mr. President. Let me start by debunking the notion that Carnival and our so-called Carnival mentality is necessarily a bad thing. What I hope will emerge in this debate is the realization that what constitutes the phenomenon we call Carnival is unique, complex, and multifaceted. In a nutshell, there is more to Carnival that meets the eye, even when what meets the eye can be very attractive, especially when we showcase the most beautiful woman in the world. The criticism that a society plays too much often misunderstands the deeper human function of celebration, recreation, and communal enjoyment. The capacity to work diligently and also to enjoy life collectively is not a weakness. Properly understood, it is a sign of a healthy and resilient society. Human beings are not designed to live in a perpetual state of strain. Periods of relaxation, festivity, and shared enjoyment serve an important psychological and social function. Modern research in psychology and sociology consistently shows that leisure and recreation help regulate stress, improve mental health, and restore cognitive capacity. For example, the American Psychological Association has reported that leisure and social connection significantly reduce chronic stress and burnout, thereby improving overall productivity and well-being. Further, the sociological tradition has long recognized the value of collective celebration. The French sociologist Émile Durkheim described festivals and communal gatherings as moments of collective effervescence, times when individuals experience a shared emotional energy that strengthens social bonds and reinforces a sense of belonging within a community. These experiences remind individuals that they are part of something larger than themselves. They renew solidarity and reaffirm shared identity. As such, I posit that Carnival is part of the glue that holds our society together. Anthropologists have similarly observed that nearly every culture in human history has institutionalized forms of communal celebration. These events, whether religious festivals, cultural gatherings, or national celebrations, perform important social functions. They release tension, create opportunities for reconciliation, and strengthen the social fabric. As one historian has famously argued, play is not merely entertainment. It is a fundamental component of civilization itself. And there is also a practical dimension. The ability to let off steam prevents the accumulation of frustration and social pressure. When societies lack safe and culturally accepted avenues for enjoyment and emotional release, tension can manifest in far more destructive ways. Healthy outlets for joy, music, dance, sport, and celebration act as a social safety valve. Again, here I posit that Carnival serves as a critical pressure valve for our society. In countries with strong cultural traditions of celebration, Trinidad and Tobago being a notable example, these communal experiences also serve economic and cultural purposes. Events such as Carnival sustain entire ecosystems of creativity, craftsmanship, music, entrepreneurship, and tourism. They nurture artistic innovation and cultural pride while generating livelihoods. Perhaps most importantly, the ability to gather in joy is an affirmation of humanity together. A society that can laugh together, dance together, celebrate together, demonstrates resilience. It shows that even in the face of hardship, people retain the capacity for hope, connection, and renewal. For these reasons, our capacity as a people to work hard and play hard should not be seen as an indulgence. It is balance. Work builds societies, but shared joy sustains them. In the event, this motion is not just about a festival. It is about our cultural identity. It is about who we were, who we have become, and who we choose to be. Because if one wants to understand Trinidad and Tobago, one need not read the Constitution. One need not study an economic report. One need not even attend Parliament. One just needs to be open to experiencing our carnival. There in the mass, Kaiso and Pan, lies the autobiography of our people. It bears noting that Carnival did not begin as entertainment. Carnival began as resistance. Historians remind us that the festival we celebrate today emerged from an encounter between European pre-Lenten masquerade traditions and the creative defiance of enslaved Africans who, even in bondage, refused cultural erasure. After emancipation, the formerly enslaved transformed exclusion into expression, creating Camboulet, a celebration born from memory, labor, fire, rhythm, and survival. Carnival, therefore, represents something profoundly philosophical. It is a transformation of suffering into creativity, the conversation of oppression into art, the assertion that a people denied power would nevertheless claim visibility. Carnival was, in its origin, democracy before democracy. The streets became parliament before this parliament existed. And that is why attempts to suppress Carnival historically failed, because Carnival was never merely an event. It was a declaration of humanity. Indeed, over time, our Carnival has become something extraordinary. It has become an important national space where all races, all classes, all religions, and all communities meet on equal cultural ground. In the mass, hierarchy dissolves. The lawyer dances next to the laborer. The executive plays mass beside the artisan and civil servant. The village meets the city. Carnival has taught Trinidad and Tobago how to live and to celebrate life together. Let me briefly touch on some of the key elements of Carnival and try to put them in context. The steel pan, as we all know, evolved from drums originally used to store petroleum. Steel pan has been described as a living testament to the resilience and brilliance of a people denied traditional avenues of expression. The steel pan emerged as the product of the energy of a people directed towards cultural self-expression. Today, this national instrument is globally recognized as a musical marvel, which stands as a symbol of Trinbagonian unity and identity. Indeed, on the 24th of July, 2023, the United Nations officially declared the 11th of August as World Steel Pan Day, proclaimed to honor the only acoustic instrument invented in the 20th century. This day recognizes the steel pan's cultural significance, its origin in Trinidad and Tobago, and its role in sustainable development. Calypso. Calypso is an art form indigenous to Trinidad. It represents a genre of music which has a strong tradition of addressing social and political issues, including themes related to freedom of expression. Calypsonians often use their platform to express opinions, to critique social issues, to advocate for change, and even to speak truth to power. Calypso was born during a time of social oppression and hardship, when colonial masters tightly controlled the media and were severely intolerant of criticism made against them and the plantocracy. Calypsonians, under the guise of providing entertainment and using metaphor, double entendre, wit, and satire, would cleverly bypass censorship and government control to convey news which ordinarily could not or might not be conveyed, to share concerns on important matters of interest, to tackle thorny issues, to challenge established norms, and to criticize authorities and prominent individuals in society. Calypso was social commentary long before social media. Mass. Mass is a vast street festival incorporating the music of steel pan, calypso, and costume bands. It represents theater, satire, protest, spirituality, and joy all at once. As Minshall once said, Mass is a form of theater, except that the costume assumes dominance, so that what you wear is no longer a costume. It becomes a sculpture. And our streets are the stage. For him, the most significant element in the art of Mass is the participation of people in the world of art. Our legendary mass men redefined Mass, elevating it from street masquerade to high art spectacle. And we cannot talk about Carnival today without including the chutney soca phenomenon, which shares similarities with Calypso and whose beat is gaining national popularity. I recall speaking with Dr. Mahfouz Aziz and Dr. Riza Mohammed in the 80s about the growing interest in chutney music, and I'm just blown away that just a couple decades later, it has become one of the most popular and vibrant events during the Carnival season. One must also take cognizance of the crossover trend developing where Calypsonians are participating in the chutney events and chutney artists are participating in Tuco's competitions. In essence, Carnival does not simply reflect Trinidad and Tobago. It is an essential part of our identity, and it is evolving. Emerging from these desperate strands, one can see that Carnival is linked to the idea of freedom. Philosophers say that freedom is not merely political independence. Freedom must also be cultural confidence. In this vein, Carnival has allowed a small Caribbean society to speak to the world in its own voice. It tells the world that creativity is power. Today, many carnivals across the globe, London, Toronto, Miami, Berlin, Tokyo, Ghana, Nigeria, Barbados, and other Caribbean islands, trace their lineage back here. At the moment, former NCBA Chairman David Lopez is organizing Trini-style carnival events in Nigeria and Ghana. We are not merely participants in Carnival. We are its intellectual authors. And on that score, let me remind this chamber that in a previous incarnation, when she was Attorney General, the Honorable Prime Minister, with the support of the World Intellectual Property Organization, ushered into the world of intellectual property the concept known as works of mass, which is now a protected right. Yet paradoxically, while the world has professionalized Carnival, globalized Carnival, monetized Carnival, we ourselves have not fully organized Carnival as a national developmental strategy. And that is the central concern of this motion. It is no secret that Carnival today generates enormous economic activity. It drives tourist arrivals. It sustains hospitality, transportation, food services, media production, fashion, music, design, security, and technical services. Thousands of citizens earn livelihoods because Carnival exists. But do we treat Carnival as an industry? Or is it something we just take for granted? Something that has become routine? From the first Carnival launch to Ash Wednesday, we mobilize extraordinary creativity. And then we just dismantle it. We rebuild annually what could operate sustainably year-round. This motion therefore invites us to consider Carnival not as a seasonal celebration, but as part of the creative or orange economy. Carnival is one of the few sectors where Trinidad and Tobago possesses undeniable global comparative advantage. Oil we discovered, but Carnival we invented. Now, no honest discussion of Carnival can avoid the tension many citizens now feel. There's a growing perception that traditional mass struggles for visibility while the beads and bikini commercial models dominate. Some celebrate this evolution as innovation and progress. Others lament the erosion of heritage and traditional mass. The purpose of this motion is not to take sides. Culture cannot be frozen. Carnival has always evolved. From stick fighters to panmen, from old mass to large bands, from bamboo to brass, from tents to digital platforms, change is the history of Carnival itself. The real question is different. How do we modernize without forgetting? How do we preserve the imagination and splendor of Saldina, Bailey, Leong, Minshall, the satire of traditional mass, the storytelling of the midnight robber, while embracing entrepreneurship, global audiences, and contemporary expression? A mature society shouldn't have to choose between tradition and innovation. We must be able to create space for both. Another concern confronting us is accessibility. Carnival was historically the people's festival, but increasing costs now risk transforming participation into privilege. When citizens feel priced out of their own cultural inheritance, we must pause and reflect. Now, this is not a criticism of promoters and band leaders. They operate with real economic constraints. Rather, it raises a policy question. Should a national cultural institution depend solely on market forces, or should public policy ensure inclusion, community participation, and cultural continuity? The proposed colloquium will allow us to examine the question, I hope, responsibly and holistically. One of the most under-examined aspects of Carnival is its potential as a skills ecosystem. Because behind every costume stands designers, welders, wire benders, seamstresses, engineers, electricians, choreographers, digital artists, logistics professionals. Carnival is university without classrooms. Yet many of these skills remain informal, seasonal, and unsupported by structured training pathways. Imagine if Carnival production were linked to technical education at a national level, not just at the UTT. Imagine accredited programs in costume engineering, event logistics, sound production, stagecraft, and creative entrepreneurship. We would not merely celebrate Carnival, we would build careers through Carnival. We must also confront practical realities. Costume production increasingly depends on imported materials. Foreign exchange shortages affect band leaders and designers. If Carnival is an industry, then local manufacturing opportunities must be examined. Textiles, fabrication, design technology, and digital production. Why should Trinidad and Tobago not become the regional manufacturing hub for Carnival production across the Caribbean diaspora? The motion asks us to explore such possibilities. Carnival remains our most powerful tourism brand, but global competition is intensifying. Other destinations now organize festival economies strategically. It cannot be denied that many people prefer now to go to Barbados for their Kadooment instead of coming to our carnival because the Bajan event is allegedly better organized and advertised. We must therefore ask, are we maximizing visitor experience? Are infrastructure, transportation, safety, and event planning aligned? Recent experiences of severe traffic congestion surrounding the Stinkin' Dirty event remind us that success without planning can undermine the very product we promote. A world-class festival requires world-class coordination. And while much can be said about the advantages in hosting large-scale events in Chagaramas, we need to overcome the traffic constraints. What if we could provide parking at the various multi-story car parks around Port of Spain, and then enable patrons to get to Chagaramas via PTSE air-conditioned buses commissioned for the purpose, or using the water taxis in an orderly and comfortable fashion on a scheduled basis? And for those who insist on driving themselves to the venue, limited parking there should attract premium prices. Carnival transforms public space, but our urban planning has not fully adapted. The streets of Port of Spain and its surrounds are too small to accommodate the large bands with their convoys of trucks. Venue limitations, congestion, environmental impact, waste management, and public safety all require integrated national planning. The colloquium envisioned by this motion would allow planners, security services, promoters, and communities to design solutions collaboratively rather than reactively. Small states survive not only through resources, but through identity. Carnival is one of the few areas in which Trinidad and Tobago does not imitate the world. The world imitates us. At a time when citizens sometimes question national direction, Carnival remains proof that we possess genius, cultural genius, creative genius, entrepreneurial genius. The challenge before us is simple. Will we steward that inheritance wisely, or will we allow it to drift without vision? Turning now briefly to the National Carnival Commission. I am aware that there is a certain level of anxiety in the public space regarding the future of that organization. Let me first disclose that when Ms. Alison Demas was chairman of the NCC, I worked with her in trying to promote the commission. And for a while back then, I was also part of the accreditation committee. However, as legal counsel for the NCBA for many years, I have also been involved in claims against the NCC, among other things for failing to disburse necessary and appropriate funding, and with respect to allegations about abuses of power and ignoring the tenets of good corporate governance. I'm also aware that there has from time to time been tension between the NCC Act and Cabinet Note dated 14 August 1997, upon which settled practice and established policy between the NCC and the three major stakeholders was based. So I've seen both the good and the bad of the NCC. And I'm not looking to take sides on whether the organization should be scrapped or remain in existence, but I will say that the NCC Act itself is vague and ambiguous, and it's a recipe for confusion. The NCC is not a regulator, but a facilitator duty-bound under the law to cooperate with relevant stakeholders, government, the police, and other relevant bodies in the regulation, coordination, and conduct of carnival competitions, events, and activities. In the circumstances, it's not unreasonable or inappropriate to ask if the NCC is fulfilling its mandate to make Carnival a national cultural and commercial enterprise. or whether it has outlived its usefulness, whether it can be improved, or should it be scrapped because the current model is inadequate, insufficient, or inherently flawed. My motion does not dictate outcomes. I propose conversation, a serious, inclusive national dialogue involving artists and academics, promoters and policymakers, youth and elders, traditional practitioners, and innovators. I'm not asking for yet another committee to be established, nor am I looking for a temporary initiative. I am calling for a structured national reflection, culminating in a long-term national carnival development strategy. Now, I'm aware that the Ministry of Culture and Community Development recently held public consultations on the business of Carnival, which was advertised as belonging to all of us. Those public consultations and the notices that went out regarding those public consultations occurred after my motion was filed. Today's motion does not seek to deny or to diminish the ministry's initiative. That was a very good thing. And in fact, I'm very much looking forward to hearing from the government about the outcome of those consultations and its plans for the future of Carnival. I'm also aware that several stakeholders have created a Port of Spain Music Brigade to reinvigorate the UNESCO City of Music designation. And there are many other reports and plans among creative industry sectors. So I believe it will be useful to review and synthesize all those various reports and initiatives gathered over the years so that we are not working at cross purposes and we can avoid having to reinvent the wheel. One stakeholder, Ms. Vicky Acevero Motley, on learning of this motion, reached out to me and expressed the hope that at the end of the colloquium I'm proposing, it may be possible to have a practical action plan and not just a vision. This motion is intentionally non-partisan. As was recognized in the notice promoting the public consultation, Carnival belongs to all of us, not to any government, not to any party, not to any generation. It belongs to the people of this country. It belongs equally to the stick fighter of the 19th century, the pan man of Laventille, the costume designer in San Fernando, the masquerader returning from the diaspora, and the child watching his first Juve sunrise. Our duty as legislators is not to manage Carnival. Our duty is to safeguard its future. Allow me to end where I began. Every nation has institutions that explain its soul. For some, it is monarchy. For others, it's language. For us in Trinidad and Tobago, I respectfully submit, it is Carnival. Carnival asks a timeless question. Can differences coexist without division? And for at least 2 days every year, the answer is yes. People of different races, classes, and beliefs move together through shared joy. In that moment, our republic works perfectly. The challenge before us is to extend that spirit beyond the Carnival season into policy, economy, and national life. This motion asks neither for expenditure nor for ideology. It asks for vision. It asks that we pause collectively and consider the future of the greatest cultural invention this nation has given the world. If we plan wisely, Carnival can create jobs, earn foreign exchange, develop skills, strengthen tourism, preserve heritage, and deepen national unity. And more than that, it can remind us of who we are. I therefore commend this motion to the Honorable Senate and respectfully invite all members to support the convening of a national colloquium on the future of Carnival and related cultural events in Trinidad and Tobago. I beg to move.
The motion requires a seconder.
Mr. President, I beg to second the motion and reserve my right to speak at a later stage.
The motion has been seconded by Senator Sophia Choate, SC. Honorable Senators, I shall now propose the question for debate. The question is, whereas Carnival is a defining cultural institution of Trinidad and Tobago and an expression of the nation's heritage, creativity, and plural society. And whereas Carnival contributes significantly to national identity, social cohesion, employment, tourism, entrepreneurship, and foreign exchange earnings, and whereas evolving economic, infrastructural, environmental, governance, and participation challenges require structured dialogue among stakeholders and coordinated national planning to ensure the sustainability and inclusivity of Carnival, be it resolved that the Senate call upon the government to take steps toward the sustainable development of Carnival as a national cultural and economic enterprise, including strengthening institutional coordination, policy planning, infrastructure, skills development, and inclusive participation in collaboration with relevant stakeholders, including the National Carnival Commission. And be it further resolved that the government convene within 6 months a national colloquium on the future of Carnival and related cultural events to facilitate structured national dialogue and to make recommendations for a long-term strategy to secure the cultural, economic, and institutional sustainability of Carnival. I recognize Senator Melanie Roberts Rajman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I must say this is one of my favorite debates to date. So I rise to definitely lend my full support to this motion and actually applaud Senator Vieira SC for his salaciousness in bringing it at this point in time. He's brought it at a time where we're not rushing or hurtling into another Carnival season, but rather at a time where we have ample time to consider it, for the government to action it, and then hopefully implement the resolutions that are sought within this motion. What Senator Vieira has pointed to in this motion is not simply an event or a celebration. And he has done a remarkable job, especially at the opening of his contribution, to take us through the psychological, historical, and philosophical context around our beloved Carnival. This motion calls on all of us in the Senate to urge the government to take certain critical steps to safeguard one of the most powerful expressions of who we are as a people, the Trinidad and Tobago Carnival. Now, in lending my support to this motion today, Mr. President, I am hoping to wear several hats. I hope to lend an economic perspective, of course, represent a cultural practitioner's perspective, and then on a very personal note, a reveler's perspective. Now, when we speak about Trinidad and Tobago's Carnival, we are speaking about culture. Of course, we're speaking about our history and tradition, as Senator Vieira would have taken us through. We're speaking about tourism. We're speaking about even the education aspect. And we are most definitely speaking about one of the most under-leveraged economic assets that we have available to us in this country. Now, Carnival is not just incidental to our national life as Trinis. It is literally our foundation. It's where history, resistance, creativity, and enterprise converge. And you know, when we think about the emergence of Calypso and then the gradual development of soca to now soca being so mainstream on the international stage, and when we think about the way that even our precious steel pan has been evolved and how it is now globally recognized, we see that very clearly Carnival has been one of our most successful exports of culture and identity. And then I want to add one more aspect, and that is the global and instantaneous reach of social media and social media influencers, and how they have contributed to the widespread exportation of our culture. And we see that it even becomes more apparent the kind of product that we have here in Trinidad and Tobago. The reality, however, is that our cultural pride, how we feel about Carnival, that by itself does not represent policy. That represents maybe a collective sentiment, but it does not necessarily represent policy. And that is why I think that this motion is both timely and very necessary. And Mr. President, I would have noted reports made by the current government concerning the success of the 2026 Carnival season. And, you know, I would have looked at previous reports from previous Carnival seasons. And we continue to see significant growth in the festival itself. Year over year, we see where the festival is bounced back remarkably after that COVID period. And we see where the festival itself continues to grow. But the question remains as to whether it is being strategically governed at this time. So we have, on one hand, where our Carnival is expanding, but we also need to ask the question about whether it's expanding equitably. And I heard Senator Vieira, make brief mention of this. So we have our Carnival generating some revenue, but there seems to be a gap where there's no coherent long-term development framework. So there's some clear fragmentation in our institutional coordination then. And we have seen, even this last Carnival, we saw a few cases of infrastructural strain, from the transportation issues that we had, to strains on venues, to venue management issues. And then over the years, we have also seen a gradual widening of unequal access, where you hear smaller bands and your traditional mass practitioners and even your community-based creators, they're struggling, as Senator Vieira would have mentioned, to participate on equal footing with the larger and more commercial entities. Now, while we have registered success in seasons gone by, these systematic strains, the strain on our infrastructure, on our venues, on our parking spaces, and even the inequalities among the different players, they're not sustainable. And the problem here is that as other countries mirror our Carnival, as they hybridize our Carnival, as they refine and even redefine our offerings, we may soon find ourselves in a place where we have a weakening and significantly uncompetitive Carnival product. And I think this is why the proposal made in this motion, the resolution being sought to convene a national colloquium, it shouldn't just be debated here and then ignored. And I trust that if the government really does choose to advance Senator Vieira's motion and his request, then I trust that such an undertaking will not be taken simply as a performative endeavor, but that it would be treated as a very critical governance intervention. And in preparing my contribution for this motion, I reached out to a few industry practitioners to get their feedback and to get their various perspectives, because I wanted to ensure that I was representing their perspectives on this motion. And one of the main points of feedback I received was that folks throughout the industry feel very strongly about the need for structured dialogue. They were very excited about the idea of the national colloquium. However, they kept cautioning, and this was a common theme throughout the feedback that I got, that the dialogue needs to be about and it needs to be driven by persons who actually operate in the various segments of the carnival industry. And they wanted to see represented from throughout these segments persons who have been successful, who have built up their product in a certain kind of way, and also those persons who continue to struggle so that their concerns, their interests can also be represented. And I want to actually quote the exact words of one of the practitioners. In referring to the call, to Senator Vieira's call for a national colloquium, his exact words were, there is, and I'm quoting here, there is merit in this, referring to the colloquium, because at the practitioner level, the experience, whether economical, transient, transactional, cultural, historical, or even political, is felt by us, end of quote, and by us he means the practitioners. So the feedback that I've gotten emphasized the need for policymakers and for implementers to understand the complete picture and to avoid simply putting on a performance. The general consensus appears to be a very considerable, a very significant, and even enthusiastic openness to dialogue, but there is some sort of wariness towards the performative state consultations. So in this regard, any national colloquium or a similar undertaking really needs to produce tangible, actionable, and measurable results. And may I even dare to add, it should involve stakeholders at every single stage of even implementation, measurement, and ongoing monitoring. So beyond the colloquium itself, where we get persons' feedback, I would say the implementation stage, the measurement stage, and the ongoing monitoring of the successes, the outcomes of the colloquium should involve these stakeholders as well. And let me just take a very quick moment to mention two very stellar professionals within the industry. They continue to make them remarks and they continue to remain committed to the industry. And those two professionals are Ms. Rayshon Pierre and Mr. Shaquille Jones. And I thank them sincerely for their input, and in Rayshon's case for actually very quickly responding and getting the input of her colleagues in order to help me shape my contribution for this afternoon. Now, Mr. President, before I move on to the economic aspect of my contribution, I have a few final thoughts on the motion's call for a national colloquium to facilitate national dialogue and make recommendations. I would say it very simply, this can never be a bad thing. I strongly believe that this is the kind of move that creates the space for structured dialogue among all stakeholders. So you have your policymakers, you have your cultural practitioners, you have your private sector actors, you have your educators, because they are essential to this process as well, and of course you have your communities. And I think this kind of dialogue, this kind of colloquium allows us to confront a few difficult questions, questions such as, well, how do we balance commercialization with cultural preservation? Because one of the feedback, one of the comments or concerns that I heard coming out from the stakeholders was that as a fraternity, they have seen the possibilities of Carnival commercially, but they believe that we need to give due consideration to the ways in which the commercial activity actually improves cultural viability and how it preserves and protects the historical elements and posterizes our destination, Trinidad and Tobago. And then, we have other questions that emerge that I believe that the colloquium helps us to answer. How do we ensure that economic gains are being broadly distributed? And again, stakeholder feedback here was that while the market shifts have led to increases in production, a lot of stakeholders feel like the returns have not been reaching the average person. And then we have questions around, well, how do we invest in infrastructure that supports rather than constrains growth throughout the industry? And then how do we even build a policy framework that treats Carnival not just as a seasonal activity, but as a year-round cultural industry? Now, these two questions in particular I want to go a bit further into. But let me just reiterate before I move on from the colloquial point that a national colloquium with a commitment to developing a long-term strategy to secure the cultural, the economic, and the institutional stability of Carnival is a solid move. It's a move that I fully endorse. I believe that it really would aid the government in making sensible policy, and it definitely strengthens the Carnival sustainability. Now, Mr. President, I want to turn to the economic side of things for a bit because I think that there's quite a bit that we can dissect here. When I started my contribution, I stated that our national Carnival is one of the most under-leveraged economic assets in this country. We've come to widely accept that culture is an economic pillar. And I think in previous years as a country, we would have probably relied on Carnival's organic success rather than any real intentional planning. And we can no longer do this for a variety of reasons. We often speak of economic diversification. We speak of wanting to move beyond an over-reliance on the energy sector, for instance, and we speak of empowering entrepreneurship, the creative industries, and we speak of small business development. I believe that Carnival gives us the ideal opportunity to do all that we speak about. Here we have a sector that already generates foreign exchange, it drives tourism, it sustains thousands of jobs, it fuels micro-enterprise from your costume designers, your event promoters, your food vendors, your performers, even your decorators. Carnival tends to span so many sectors. It literally touches almost every single one of us here in Trinidad and Tobago. So that if any government is serious about diversification, then Carnival cannot continue to exist in a policy vacuum. We have to treat it as a very structured industry. And I'll go back very briefly to the feedback shared by stakeholders that I spoke to. Carnival is an enterprise booster. There is no other festival across Trinidad and Tobago that creates more short-term jobs than Carnival. Now, when we position this against the fact that employment is on the decline, we're seeing very clearly that there's an opportunity right here to develop the right kind of framework where the everyday business of Carnival fills some of these employment and revenue-generating gaps. And the key action here would be to equip the average person, so your artisans, your craftsmen, your producers, your designers, equip them to maximize on the Carnival industry, not on a seasonal basis, but on a day-to-day basis. And I mean, within a policy framework, I imagine that this would take the form of things like business incubators, your innovation labs, your targeted grant funding, and similar initiatives that's geared towards really supporting and strengthening small and emerging private enterprises within the industry. And then, of course, I think that there's something else that the government may need to address, and these are the kind of things that would come out even when there's the national colloquium. There's certain inequalities that exist, or inequities, I should say, that exist within the Carnival economy itself. Because while you're large, well-capitalized players, and we know who they are, while they continue to expand, you have a lot of traditional mass practitioners, you have your community bands, you have your cultural custodians that are being pushed to the margins. And of course, this is a cultural issue, but it also becomes an economic one as well, because diversification, even within an industry, is essential to sustainability. So you can't be pushing some aspects of an industry or some segments within an industry to the side and expect that the industry will prosper in a certain kind of way. Now, apart from strengthening our small players within the private sector, the government itself also, and any government for that matter, has to be very mindful of how its own seemingly maybe unrelated actions and policies can impact the business of Carnival. Currently, there's a global demand for cultural tourism, and that's expanding. It's becoming a growing trend. And in fact, specific to Carnival itself, there's a niche segment of tourists called Carnival chasers. While we are positioning our cultural product as premium, we have to ensure that we're also positioning our destination itself as a welcoming one. We have to ensure that our policies, or interactions as a nation really reinforces the beauty of the Caribbean, really enforces Caribbean unity and camaraderie, the kind of tenets or the kind of aspects that encourage persons to visit in the first place. Now, there's something else we need to take a look at, and I'll give examples because we have recent examples of how sometimes policy can impact the industry. Last Carnival, we saw state energy companies withdraw sponsorships from multiple steel bands, and of course, this withdrawal of support and what seemed to be a rationing of funding, it triggered some widespread conversation and some widespread doubts about the government's commitment to investing in the art form on a more organic and community-based level. And we know as a fact that a lot of Carnival greatness starts right in our panyard. And then we had another example, and I think this one was mentioned very slightly by Senator Vieira. Once the government had imposed the ban on certain venues, it obviously had an aggregate effect. We saw where promoters had to scamper to find new venues. We saw where there were event cancellations. The industry itself reported the amount of patrons, the amount of workers that would be negatively affected. And then we saw that when events had to be displaced into residential areas or areas that were not traditionally equipped to deal with that level of activity, we saw the excessive traffic congestion, we saw the disruptions, and we saw logistical strains. So here, I guess the government has to be mindful of how even government policy, government actions might cause fractures or might work to destabilize the ecosystem of Trinidad and Tobago's Carnival. Now, Mr. President, global Carnival bans are expanding. When you look at Jamaica, you look at Grenada, you see how they are monetizing Caribbean culture, how they're monetizing the Carnival. And we need to be very mindful that the actions we take here, or the failure to take action, doesn't create any uncertainty on what is our own flagship product. Countries all over the world are scaling Carnival, and we need to ensure that we avoid any action whatsoever that constrains it. The up and downstream benefits of Carnival cannot be disputed. And if we are to rely on Carnival as a pillar of economic activity, then we must plan for it, we must invest in it, and we must govern it accordingly. There has to be a collective understanding that if Carnival fails, it's not just going to be a cultural failure, it will also be an economic failure. So we have to approach the business of Carnival with the same strategic zeal and commitment that we do any other revenue-generating endeavor. And this takes me right back to my initial endorsement of a national colloquium. When the right minds are brought into the conversation, I believe that there's greater opportunity for development of year-round revenue models. It allows the right minds to kind of guide us in terms of fair access to funding and opportunities. And of course, we get to improve our national branding in a way that positions us as a leader in the global Carnival economy. So the national dialogue that the motion proposes here is not just for cultural preservation and inclusion, but it is also very essential to us monetizing Carnival on a larger and on a more consistent scale. Now, for a very shameless plug. We do not have to look very far for an emerging example. All we have to do is look at the policy development model used for the Tobago October Carnival. Right there on the sister aisle, we have an example of consultation in action. Now, in around 2024, 2025, I believe it was, the THA began formal stakeholder consultations in order to develop policy for Tobago Carnival events. And the engagements they included, and they're ongoing engagements. It started back then and it continues even now. So you have your mass practitioners, your steel bands, your mud bands, your performers, and your industry stakeholders. They all come together and they're all engaged by the THA. The explicit goal of these engagements have been to create a clear policy framework for execution and growth of the Tobago Carnival. And admittedly, we have been starting to see the benefits. There has been some movement towards structured governance, and I believe that this inclusion of stakeholder voices in policy formation has helped with stakeholder buy-in on the island, and it has helped stakeholders and even the THA avoid some of the growing pains that would usually accompany an emerging carnival. And now, I haven't seen any documented strategy or policy position that has been published by the THA as pertains to the Tobago Carnival, but I would say, to borrow the words of Senator Vieira's motion, that steps are actually being taken on the sister isle towards the sustainable development of the Tobago Carnival as a local cultural and economic enterprise, and that there is ongoing structured dialogue that helps to secure the cultural, economic, and institutional stability of the island's October Carnival. And of course, you're all welcome to come and experience it for yourself. Now, Mr. President, a brief final comment on securing the sustainability of our national carnival. There has been much public dialogue about the continuous increases in prices of carnival-related activities. So your fetes, your accommodation, the price to play mass, these costs continue to increase at a shocking rate. And now, naturally, we know that prices are obviously rising because the demand for these things are high, right? Supply is somewhat constrained, and because there's no coordinated pricing or capacity strategy, obviously prices continue to rocket. And usually we would allow market forces to do what market forces need to do. However, there is a very real fear, very real concern that if this is left alone, the market will keep pushing Carnival toward a premium-only product. Now, if everything becomes premium in terms of Trinidad and Tobago's Carnival, you use volume, and it's volume that usually drives tourism. You need the numbers coming in. So we need to avoid the risk of driving away your mid-range visitors and having them now go towards our competitors' carnivals. We've started to see people are going to Grenada. People even here, they're sitting out Trinidad Carnival, they're sitting out, and they're going over to Grenada and St. Lucia because they're saying it's more affordable. And admittedly, Mr. President, I don't think that the government has any business controlling prices, but I do believe that there are a few policy levers that can be looked at. And just one of them, because I don't have all the answers, this is what the colloquium is for, but one of them that we could look at is the cost of mandatory ancillary services that accompany events. So your police presence, your fire officer presence at these events, they sometimes come at very exorbitant costs. And then once promoters are faced with these huge mandatory costs, naturally, they pass it on to the patrons. So we see a lot of events, the prices are going up simply because they have these mandatory costs that they have to face. So maybe that's one policy area to look at. And as I said, the rest would be up to the stakeholder engagement to reveal maybe some workable solutions to deal with these increasing prices. Now, Mr. President, in supporting this motion, I do not intend to simply endorse dialogue for the sake of doing so. I join with Senator Vieira in advocating for our Carnival product to be given the planning, the investment, and the accountability it requires in order for it to remain sustainable. This is we thing, this is our thing, and we need to make sure it remains our thing. So I really do hope that this motion and the contributions that we hear here would mark a turning point in how we treat this hallmark of Trinbagonian identity. Once again, Senator Vieira, I thank you for bringing this motion, and I must say it receives my full support. Mr. President, thank you for your time.
Senator Candace Jones-Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise to support this motion, and I do so also from the perspective of a carnival enthusiast, lover, and masquerader. I want to begin by acknowledging the Minister of Culture and Community Development for the work underway already, as discussed in the form of the public consultations held earlier in March under the heading The Blueprint for Carnival. I think it was a genuine effort towards getting stakeholder engagement and to draw out policy and to match it with data. And that effort is not insignificant. It matters and it should be recognized. The motion before us today asks us to go just a little bit further, and I think it's also right to do that. So, Mr. President, if Carnival were a witness before this Senate today, and we were to call it in and ask it to give some sort of evidence, how it would speak before a committee, it would give its evidence and speak in a ways that would be in different layers. It would speak sometimes harmoniously and sometimes discordant, because Carnival was never one thing. You see, it did not begin on the Savannah stage or the Savannah grass or in a corporate boardroom. It began in two separate worlds that were never meant to meet. On the one side, the masquerade balls of the French aristocracy who came here back in 1783 under the Cédule de Poblacion, bringing with them the pre-Lenten customs of elegance and exclusivity, an exclusivity that some even say exists today. But we will come to that. On the other, we had the barrack yards and the cane fields where the enslaved Africans watched, they resisted, they reimagined and transformed what they saw into something that became entirely theirs. But these two worlds did not remain separate. After emancipation, they collided, sometimes violently, as we know in the Canbully riots of 1881, when the state tried to suppress the drumming, the stick fighting, and the raw expression of a people who had already been suppressed enough. Now, what emerged from that confrontation was not the victory of one culture over the other. It was something new. African rhythm fused with the European masquerade, and from that, something distinctly Trinbagonian. Carnival became more than just a festivity. It became a language of resistance, a language of innovation, a language of storytelling. You see, we have the Jab Malasi. What did the Jab Malasi do? They mocked power by embodying it. The Calypsonian, what did the Calypsonian do? They took wit and used it as a weapon. And when drums were banned, we did not go silent. We cut bamboo, we beat oil drums and dustbins, and eventually gave the world the steel pan. What we now celebrate as tradition was once condemned as disorder. And what we now export as culture was once dismissed, I dare say I saw in a newspaper, as the annual abomination. And sadly, Mr. President, some still see it that way. Now, even today, we still stand in defense of our culture. As Soca Star voiced in his popular song this year, Can't Behave Myself, he says, and with your leave, Mr. President, I quote, I come to defend the things and stand for my voice. I know my ancestors going to support my choice, but I sure this music is more than noise. I can't behave myself. And that is the paradox at the heart of Carnival. It has always evolved. And evolution has largely been a good thing. By the mid-20th century, the so-called Jamet culture that was once pushed to the margins became foundation. Carnival drew in wider participation across class and race, and that's one of the most beautiful things about our Carnival. By the 1960s, 70s, and even the 80s, described as some as the golden era, it had achieved something rare, a space where differences dissolved, at least temporarily, into a shared rhythm and a shared street. Today, Carnival is both a cultural institution and an economic engine. It drives employment, as we've heard, entrepreneurship, supports thousands of small businesses. We have the costume designers, now the Monday wear designers, the musicians, the caterers, the DJs, security, the caterers, and the list goes on. It contributes meaningfully to foreign exchange. And with over 54,000 visitors for 2026, representing a 13% increase from 2025, its reach is real. But Mr. President, evolution is not always benign. Alongside this growth, there's a discomfort, quiet in some quarters and louder in others, that something essential is being lost. You see, Mr. President, my own journey into Carnival began at the tender age of 2. Don't judge. And I am told, and there are the pictures to prove it, so I believe I remember it, playing in the band, the Smurfs, my favorite Carnival characters, and no doubt the main character of Smurfette. And I am told that my deceased grandmother would stare in shock and embarrassment and wonder at this lone masquerader in the band who refused to come off the stage and had to be reluctantly dragged off. And that was me. And even then, the call of the stage was so impactful at that age. And I grew up looking, in awe at the works of Wayne Barclay, Peter Minshall, and bands like Barbarossa dominating the stage. And I was told on that time when I played Smurfette, they told me to go back and get my Smurfette hat so that my mother and aunt could disappear to go and play their adult mass. And when I came to find them, they had gone without me. So I was there biding my time to play a mass. But by the time that I got to the stage, it had evolved into the era of bikinis, beads, and backpacks. Something totally new, now known as the pretty mass. Visually stunning, but increasingly standardized, often mass-produced, sometimes stripped of any, some might say, meaningful narrative. We see a festival that many participants have, as Senator Roberts Rajman said, become prohibitively expensive, and it now raises uncomfortable questions about access and inclusion that we cannot afford to ignore. We now see a effect-driven, commercially packaged experience that privileges consumption over creation. And we have to ask ourselves honestly, when Carnival becomes a product primarily, what happens to it as a practice? I recall meeting a young woman at a fete, and we had a chat, and she said that she lives in the US, but she's from West Africa, and she'd heard so much about Trinidad Carnival, and that she wanted to experience it because she'd been to other carnivals. But when she came here, she said she felt that something was missing. It wasn't quite what she had anticipated because everything seemed so packaged, so precise. Because you see, Carnival was never meant to just be watched. It was meant for us to play it, to play a mass. It was meant to be made for us to live it. Now, there is also the matter of competition, and we've heard that too. Carnival was once regarded as the Mecca. Today, now it sits in this crowded regional and diasporic landscape, as we've heard from Barbados all the way to Ghana, each adapting elements of what we began. And there's even debate on that. You know, some marketing themselves now as more accessible, more affordable, more authentic. And again, Voice has said it. You know, there's a statement that debate about who Carnival, who soca songs the best, and who Carnival regress. But whether that perception exists or not is not the point. The point is that it exists, and it is influencing decisions, particularly among international visitors. Now, we have heard about this cost, but let's contemplate that cost. Trinidad and Tobago's Carnival can cost a visitor from $3,000 US to $5,000 US for the full experience. Believe that, especially if you're playing frontline. And in Jamaica, from $1,500 to $3,000 US, and most of the smaller islands around that bracket. So you can understand that visitors are now contemplating that cost to make their decisions. Add to that the structural pressures of the high airfares, limited accommodations, uneven promotion of smaller cultural events. And I want to put a plug there for those smaller cultural events. Mr. President, I had the wonderful opportunity this year to visit the Carnival riots, and let me tell you, it left its mark on me. And these are the things we don't hear about, but listen, we are so rich in culture. Quite recently, there was all this buzz about this young influencer who visited our shores. And whether you understood it or not, one thing that came out, and it was clear, is that Trinidad and Tobago is rich in culture, rich in diversity, and a lot of the culture that was on display was that Carnival culture. And I noted also the comment of one Attila Springer. She's a cultural consultant and a stick fighter. And she was there when some of these young children of Trinidad and Tobago came to see this influencer. But what they saw was stick fighting, the kalinda. And many of them were in awe. They didn't know, they didn't understand that that was a part of them. And there were so many questions that even they had to ask about it. And there's so much more of that that we need to see. So we continue to have these questions about governance and long-term sustainability. When I think about sustainability, I also think about the International Soca Monarch. Starting in 1993 or thereabouts, and within a decade we started to struggle, and perhaps the last public showing was in 2020. And that's sad, Mr. President, because you see, that was a platform for emerging new soca artists to come out there and to get their fame, and we're missing that. But you see, there is hope, because none of this signals a collapse, but it signals pressure. And as we know, when there's too much pressure, what happens to the pipe? So the central question for us as a Senate is, how do we protect what is essential while allowing what is necessary to evolve? And that is not a question, I believe, that one ministry can answer alone. It is not a question for a single agency or a single stakeholder group. It requires the kind of structured, inclusive, and deliberate conversation that could happen and needs to happen in the form of this colloquium at a national level. A national colloquium offers something that fragmented consultations cannot. It creates a shared space where the policymakers could sit alongside creatives, where the traditional practitioners could engage with the promoters, and where the academics and communities are not consulted in isolation or work in silos, but in genuine dialogue with each other. It gives us a place to confront these tensions openly, right? Let us have those discussions about authenticity versus innovation. Let us consider accessibility and balancing it now with profitability. Let's work out how we can have cultural preservation while still retaining global competitiveness. And these are not easy things to resolve, but they can be managed, and I believe it can happen if we are open and honest about them. It allows us to ask practical questions like, how do we ensure that the traditional masquerade forms of the Moko Jumbi, the old mass, the stick fight, the calypso tents, how we can ensure that these are not sidelined by more commercially attractive offerings? How do we support our artists, not just during the season, but across their careers and into retirement? How do we market Carnival in a way that reflects its full diversity, not only its exportable image? And how do we make evidence-based decisions that is built on the data and with the participation research that is already underway from the public consultations held earlier in March, so that when we have policy, it is more strategic and less reactive? Mr. President, Carnival has always been a negotiation between the past and the present, resistance and celebration, culture and commerce. But our task is not to resolve that. I don't think it can be resolved, and attempts to keep us stuck in place in time tends to produce the very inauthenticity that we are trying to prevent. So I believe our task is to try to manage it and to ensure that in our pursuit of growth, we are not hollowing out that meaning, that in our embrace of innovation, we are not erasing our memory and our history, that in ensuring that Carnival is profitable, we are not making it inaccessible to the very people whose ancestors built it. In supporting this motion, I am certainly not suggesting that the government has been idle. In fact, I recognize that they are taking steps. I'm saying that this moment calls for something that is more comprehensive, more coordinated, and even more inclusive than what has come before. And I also share the hope for a national action plan coming out of this. This colloquium should not be an endpoint. In fact, I believe it's the beginning, a necessary step towards a long-term strategy that treats Carnival not only as an economic asset, but as a living expression of who we are as a people. Because if Carnival has taught us anything over these 4 centuries, it is that our strength lies in not choosing between tradition and change. It's really in finding a rhythm that allows us to let them coexist. And with these few words, I support this motion, and thank you.
Senator Ashworth Jack.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, in making my contribution to this House, and may I just extend my gratitude to the Prime Minister. And interestingly, today is the anniversary of the ascension into government of the United National Congress. So interestingly, some people were promoted, some were demoted, some were brought in, some were temporary. An interesting dichotomy on this interesting day that we did debate the issue of Carnival. There are 31 members in this House, and I am sure that it is my responsibility to advance a Tobago's position as it relates to Carnival. Interestingly, Senator Vera, as much as I think this is a very fantastic motion, I want to draw to your attention that Tobago is part of Trinidad and Tobago, and therefore I would have expected a bit more in-depth contribution as it relates to the Tobago's contribution to Carnival. And with those few words, I say, I've looked at how we move Carnival into this new era. And the interesting thing about this is that I want to say to this House that this administration seems to be the fix-it administration. Things that have been happening for hundreds of years is now falling on this administration. And we have seen it at the last debate when we were talking about the change in law in terms of labor. We saw it prior to that when we were changing how laws accepted in terms of using digital instead of just paper. And today, we are seeing it saying, hello, you all have to fix this issue of Carnival because nobody has had the testicular fortitude to fix it. And I say to all of us, Mr. President, that it is a challenge that I'm sure this government will take on, because we have heard in the earlier contributions that the Honourable Minister have already started in that direction. And Minister, I want to congratulate you in that. We talk about Carnival and we talk about how we need to fix it. And in fixing this, I want to inject, because there comes a time in your life where the truth must be told regardless of what will be said after. I'm at that place. Part of the problem that we seem to walk around because we find it's too controversial is what is causing some of the issues of Carnival to regress. Mr. President, I grew up in a time where the Calypso tents were overflowing. Everybody went to a Calypso tent because that is where the real essence of Carnival started. Now, you could hardly fool a maxi in a Calypso tent. And the question is, what have caused the Calypso tents, our Calypsonians, some of them are fantastic writers, not being able to make a living, a decent one at that, from the art form? And may I say, or may I venture this, that part of the problem is that I am not going to pay for somebody to insult me. Too much of that is happening. Juxtapose that against soca, where Calypsonians are getting small fees. A soca artist is asking for $200,000 to perform and receiving it because soca is now on the rise. It is seen as more all-inclusive. You can enjoy it. And as the senator said, we have even come to the place that we say we can't behave ourselves. But even in saying that, you're seeing a certain kind of behavior that says we are enjoying this, and therefore we are willing to pay for it. And as in the issue of paying, I know that there's a concern, or there's a growing concern about the cost. And the thing about cost is that I think it is Senator Joan Simmons who would have mentioned, one of the problems of that is supply and demand. When a thing is good, it costs more. It says to us that our Carnival is an in-demand product. And I don't know how we are going to manage that in terms of cost. I think Senator Rajman would have spoken about the issue of the cost of things like police protection, infects and stuff. And that is very ridiculous when you see the kind of costs. But I don't know if the cost of that will positively affect costs as much as we think. Because as more people go to these parties, I mean, it is some of the previous speakers spoke about the issue of stink and dirty. For the first time in 2025, stink and dirty was in Tobago. It took me 1 hour and 40 minutes to drive from Dwight York Stadium to Scarborough. And anybody who knows Dwight York Stadium is to the center of Scarborough, you'll understand it is much less than a mile. It took me 1 hour and 40 minutes. That being said, but that speaks to a growing interest. And so I want to go back a bit to the issue of the Tobago situation, because I was speaking about the issue of Calypso and Calypso tent. As a young man, as a school child at Scarborough Junior Secondary, the major Calypso arena was next door to our school. And one thing you could have guaranteed is that every carnival, every major tent in Tobago, Intran came to Tobago. And there was not even standing room in the venue. Not for the last, 7 or so years. Not one have come to Tobago. You know why? Not one will make money. And that in itself says, and I mean, we can't manage what people want to think or what they want to write, but it shoots themselves in the foot because you're having less and less people going to those tents. And so even looking at this, as to how we have a national consultation, how do we address some of those art forms that are regressing in terms of participation? And to try to find a way to allow all the participants to be able to make money. Because I've heard both, in fact, all three speakers prior spoke about the diversity in terms of the economic, the social experiences and the joy that this thing that called Carnival brings. But I want to say to this honorable House that Carnival in Tobago, prior to 4 years ago, had regressed into a state of nothingness. In fact, you could keep drag racing through Scarborough when Carnival was taking place. And that is so because there have been an inaction. In 1997, a group of mass players called the Tobago Carnival Committee approached the then Tobago House of Assembly and said, let us work together in dealing with this issue of a dwindling Tobago Carnival. And so by 1998, something that is called the Tobago Fest was born, October 1998. I know because I was the assemblyman who was charged with the responsibility of meeting with the Carnival fraternity to bring the Tobago Fest into being. The intention was to run the Tobago Fest for about 3 or 4 years, see how it worked, and then phase out the pre-Lenten Carnival. The reason for wanting to phase out the pre-Lenten carnivals, as we all here know, a number of the carnivals around the region were pre-Lenten carnival because it had to start before the Lenten period, which the majority of our citizens were of a certain religious persuasion. And so we had the Ash Wednesday, and then from then, you can't sing a calypso. In fact, we used to play a game in school called Lent. I don't know how many of you remember that. That if you did anything that was sing a calypso, anything, they called Lent on you. And then you had to buy a sweet, buy a sugar cake, buy something for them because you lost. You wasn't supposed to sing anything outside of that carnival period. And we started music. And so we thought in Tobago, in looking at what was happening and the uniqueness of Tobago, because whether we like it or not, Mr. President, Trinidad and Tobago is one country made up of 2 islands. A lot of cultural differences. A whole lot of cultural differences. But those have not been given pride of place from a national point of view. And even as we speak about Carnival, we see the same thing happening. There seems to be a focus on what happened to Carnival in Trinidad, when Tobago has the fastest growing carnival probably in the world today. Started 4 years ago. Everybody thought, oh, it was just they try nothing. By 2025, the visitor arrival in Tobago was in excess of 50,000. 4 years. Prior to this period, Tobago could not have even gotten sponsorship from major government companies and other companies, National Lotteries Board, nobody, because the numbers were not enough for them to see it as sponsorship because nobody sees it. Mr. President, so the question is, in looking at this new trust, or should I say it's an expansion of the trust already started by the Honorable Minister. I don't think it's a bad idea at all. But I'm saying to us, how do we maximize the profitability from this carnival when, one, there's a concern about safety, so that is one of the first issues that need to be addressed. There's already a concern about cost. And everybody looks to the government for solution. And whichever government that is has nothing to do with this government because the escalating crime started a long time ago. In fact, there's a coming down of crime. So the question we must ask ourselves is, where does this start? Where do we start in terms of not only the Carnival fraternity, because they alone will not be able to solve the problem that we have. There must be some stuff that deals with the behavior in schools, because those children then become adults, and even the way, the type of masks that are played in schools in terms of the nakedness and all that. And that has a lot to do with religious persuasion. I am spiritual, I'm not religious. I'm spiritual. So, Mr. President, in looking at how we deal with this issue of Carnival, and Tobago in particular, I remember, and it's interesting that I hear us exalting the virtues of this Carnival. I remember when I first took a motion to the Assembly that dealt with how we deal with Carnival, I would like to think it was a comprehensive motion. I spoke about how Tobago could benefit from, because Trinidad had the most people in the Caribbean, in this part of the world, that would go into Carnival. It was right next door. There was no foreign exchange needed. You could have caught the boat. You could have brought your car. I thought I was making a good argument. I also spoke about the fact that there are a number of persons in Trinidad who wants to get away from Carnival. And so they jump on a plane and they go to St. Vincent, they go to Grenada, they go to Barbados in order to get away from the Carnival. And if the Carnival in Tobago and the Carnival in Trinidad were two different times, then Tobago will benefit from those persons who wish to get away from the Carnival. Mr. President, I was reported to every church. I was almost personal non grata. He wants to make Tobago a Carnival culture. I hear things about myself. I said, go man, look for me. Because I say he had to have an extra show jacket somewhere. And Tobago, if we started that Carnival 20, 25 years ago, you could imagine where it would have been. I'm saying yes, the new social media culture and stuff have helped Tobago Carnival grow quickly. Because I would like to say, I think we have the most scenic route for Carnival anywhere in the world. When you take a picture in Scarborough, and you see the sea and the background of the sea and the beach and stuff, that sells itself. When you see every year, I don't know how many of you have been looking, but the Carnival bands in Tobago, and the fests are already on sale. The bands and the fests are on sale. And I want to join with Senator Rajman in inviting all of you who like a good getaway. You don't have to go to Pigeon Point too. Come and hang out. Look at what the Tobago Carnival looks like. So Tobago welcomes you. I'm also saying, Mr. President, that when Tobago is elevated in terms of the contribution, the economic contribution, the nation benefits. You know, Tobago has a population of over 69,000 people that lives in Tobago. But if you look at the Tobago and the diaspora that lives in Trinidad, it's probably closer in the vicinity of 200,000. It means there are about 3 times the amount of Tobago and first generation, second generation Tobagonians living in Trinidad than living in Tobago. Ask Senator Roberts. First generation Trinidadian. Father Tobagonian. And the question we must ask ourselves is that in looking at those issues of Tobago and Trinidad, and Carnival is an ideal place to start, is how do we create that dialogue, and how do we effect the stuff that are needed to allow both to grow side by side. And this is a controversial point I want to raise. Left to me, the pre-Lenten Carnival in Tobago should be phased out. It attracts very few people. And if you think it was bad before October Carnival, see it now. Because persons who want to stay in Tobago and play mass for pre-Lenten Carnival no longer have the need to stay and play mass because they have another opportunity in October. So it is getting smaller and smaller. In fact, I looked at the Carnival, some excerpts on the television, and it is smaller than an intercol match. It is. And it's so, Mr. President, what I'm asking on behalf of Tobago, and I'm glad the minister have graced us with her presence. What I'm asking is that in looking as to how we grow Carnival, that Tobago is given an equal amount of attention so that we grow the Tobago economy and the Trinidad economy at the same time, because the majority of major soca artists anyway comes from here. So it is not that Tobago is going to be making all the money. It comes from both. In fact, if you look at Tobago now, a lot of the people who are even selling doubles and selling pilori comes from Trinidad. And not only for Carnival, for Easter, for Blue Food Fest. And for those of you who don't know what Blue Food Fest is, Blue Food Fest was a festival that, and it's a week before Carnival, so come spend a couple more days. It was a festival that started out of, we call it Blue Food, and it's the Dashin culture, and they were trying to show the number of things that could be done from that. And so that is where that culture comes from. And so, how do we allow the Tobago Carnival to go alongside the Trinidad Carnival? One, the Tobago Carnival and Trinidad Carnival at the same time will not work. It has not worked, and it will not work. Two, agencies, companies that the government have responsibility for, National Lottery, TSTT, a number of them, that are major contributors to Carnival in Trinidad, must be convinced to make greater contributions to the Tobago Carnival. In that way, the same people we're talking about, the massmen, the calypsonians, the people who provide concessions, they too will also benefit side by side with what is happening here in Trinidad. Because if we don't, all the fear and the excitement that the Tobago Carnival have built in the last 4 years will only go so far, because we have just heard about the rising cost. And remember, it's a smaller population size. And therefore, the cost of stuff is even more. We have even smaller venues. We have smaller venues, so even to set up a venue is costing more. We all know that the cost of living in Tobago is also higher than Trinidad. So everything about Carnival sometimes raises the cost. You know, Mr. President, before the present Carnival that started in 2002, if a band in Tobago had 400 people, it was categorized large band, large band. Now a band in Tobago have as much as 2,000 masqueraders, one band. And by any imagination, that's a large band. And it all happened over a period of 4 years. I think it's Senator Rajman that spoke about the consultation. I want to commend the Tobago House of Assembly under the leadership of Farley Chavez Augusta, who came in late but understood the importance of coming in late, because you learn from the mistakes of those who went before you. And so instead of just doing things all over the place and have everybody fighting, and I don't know, Minister, I wish you the best, because you know that when people have power, they don't want to give it up. And every one of these groups have some power that they think belong to them and not to the people. And so it will be so difficult to ask them to give up that power, to come into one space, that I don't envy you. Not in any shape or form. I don't envy you. But for Tobago to have looked at this and say, listen, these are the concerns that have been raised in Trinidad, and therefore we are going to learn from those concerns, and we are going to put things in place to ensure that we don't start from zero, and to see the organization of Tobago Carnival. And I'm in no way diminishing the organization in Trinidad, but I'm saying we have learned from the mistake here in Trinidad, and we are trying, and we have been doing a very good job of it, to move into a space that allows, and I've heard some very prominent politicians started to excel the values of the Tobago Carnival and how good it is. And I've seen some of them in a couple of the Carnival events. And it means that even though some of them was against Tobago having a Carnival, a separate Carnival, even though and the only person that probably didn't talk to me about me and talking about Tobago Carnival was the savior himself, whatever you conceive him to be. It meant that sometimes you are before your time. And I'm saying to you, Minister, I also want to take the opportunity to commend you on something that you did, you and your Carnival committee, called Flavor Village. It was indeed flavorful. Diversity of food. The soca artists and some calypso and stuff who are unknown, virtually unknown, were given their time on stage, their exposure. And I think this is the kind of thing that Senator Vera is trying to advocate for, so that those persons who would not normally, because they don't have the same kind of reach, are able to be brought into the space and be exposed, and other persons will be able to see them. Of course, that coupled with the social media helps to promote them. And of course, what we are seeing now, I mean, when you see what is happening with the younger soca artists, I mean, some of these guys are fantastic, really fantastic. And now when we talk about calypsonians, we have to single out people like the Ms. Lyons, one of the better colleagues, so we have heard in a long time, the emotion, the all that, and it was nation building, appealing, not divisive. And so I'm saying to you, Mr. President, I'm saying to this House, that if we are supposed to do the things that this motion seeks to do, it takes more than government intervention. It takes an introspection with every proponent of the arts that make up our Carnival. It takes them asking themselves, are we helping or hindering the growth of our Carnival? I mean, I look in this weekend, I see Marshall in Ghana. So we now going to Ghana with Carnival. And so there's another question that I want to ask. We have started this thing, and we boast about it. How are we benefited in terms of the export of Carnival? Yes, a couple of soca artists, and I'm happy that they are invited all over the world to perform. But we are at a place where even the costumes that we see on the streets in our Carnival are imported from China. And so part of the conversation has to be, how can we benefit from the production of costumes? How can we, even if we have to partner, because when you look at the cost of transporting it from China to here, it's going to be exorbitant. So how can we partner with some of those to ensure that that is built here and maybe exported to the rest of the Caribbean and places that are close to us? So yes, there need to be a conversation. This conversation needs to be one that is devoid of emotion. People will always have their own interests to serve. Some people come in with preconceived ideas and preconceived positions. And there also be a situation where people, because of who is in power at a certain time, will think that I don't want to be part of this. But until and unless we divorce ourselves from all these emotional situations, we will find ourselves 10 years from now, 20 years from now, having the same conversation in the same house, having not progressed at all. You know, I mean, I'm going to wrap up soon. I was told as a little child that the road to hell is paved with good intention. I hope that this is not a situation where we're paving our road to hell, but this good intention is seen as an opportunity to move our culture to a higher plateau. Mr. President, I thank you.
Senator Dr. Marlene Atz.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I first wish to congratulate my colleague, Senator Vera, for moving this motion. And I rise, like the predecessors, my predecessor speakers, in full support of this motion. And I have to say, with your leave, Mr. President, that my colleague, Senator Joan Simmons, set me up, because when you planned that song in my head, I can't behave myself. I almost feel as if I should burst into song, but I will restrain myself. I am a Carnival connoisseur, so at every opportunity, I will support, endorse, and seek to strengthen this festival, this cultural institution, this economic engine, which I dare say we too often take for granted. This motion invites us, in fact, it compels us to see Carnival not merely as celebration, not simply as a time to free up, but it compels us to see Carnival as a system, as a sector, and as an economic strategy. And as a true Carnival connoisseur, I want to begin by citing another soca artist. I turn to the words of Bunji Garlin, Ian Alvarez, who in his 2021 contribution, at a time when we were grappling with COVID-19, I think this song was lost on a lot of people, but the song was called The Heart of the People, a song which I've taken the liberty of loosely renaming The Economics of Carnival. In that song, Garland reminds us that we do this for likes. We don't do this for likes. We do it for the heart of the people. Mr. President, that line captures both the soul and substance of Carnival. It reminds us that Carnival is not simply about performance, it is about purpose. It is our history, it is our identity, and it reflects our belonging. Mr. President, the phrase, the heart of the people, is not poetic exaggeration. It is economic reality. Because what Bunji Garlin captures is that Carnival is powered not by institutions first, but by people, by creativity, by informal enterprise, by community investment. And when we fail to structure that energy, we are not just missing opportunities, we are missing opportunities to value our people, our talent, and our culture. But there is another reflection on that very song. Garland tells us that Carnival is a sea that deep, and we don't know nothing about depth. And what he essentially is saying is that Carnival is an industry whose employment and economic reach many of us still do not fully understand. And that, Mr. President, is precisely our challenge. We celebrate Carnival. We participate in Carnival. We heard colleagues talk about putting on their costumes since age 2 and reveling in the streets, but we have not yet fully valued Carnival, not in our policy frameworks, not in our data systems, and not in our development strategies. Too often we reduce Carnival to a few days or months on a calendar, but Carnival is, in reality, a year-round ecosystem. It sustains designers and costume makers, musicians and arrangers, producers and performers, vendors and micro-entrepreneurs, small businesses, event producers, transport providers, hospitality workers, and security services. This is not a peripheral activity. This is a production system, a network of economic actors generating income, generating employment, and entrepreneurial activity across the society, and importantly, around the world. And for many citizens, particularly those on the margins, Carnival is not leisure, it is livelihood. When we situate Carnival in a wider frame, we begin to see its true potential. Carnival is the anchor of our creative sector, and that sector is what the Inter-American Development Bank has termed the orange economy, the economy of ideas, of culture, and creativity. Globally, this orange economy is estimated to generate over $2 trillion in output. It is estimated to employ millions of people, particularly young people, and is among the fastest growing segments of international trade. In a world increasingly driven by ideas, by brands, and experiences, the creative sector is not peripheral to growth, it is central to it. Mr. President, in the 21st century culture, and in particular context of this motion, Carnival is not a side hustle. It is an economic frontier. So when we speak about Carnival, we are not speaking about entertainment alone. We are speaking about economic transformation through culture. It is worth noting that current policy directions have begun to recognize the importance of the creative sector, including references to creative industries and intellectual property for emerging creators. But this is precisely one of the points I wish to make today. Recognition must now evolve into strategy. This is not an abstract point, Mr. President. The government's official policy document speaks to the importance of the creative sector. through its stated commitments, the government's stated commitments to support digital creators, protect intellectual property, and establish a creative content development fund to provide financing, training, and mentorship. Government, through its policy document, also states that it recognizes the need to build skills in digital media, content creation, and design through our education system, creating pathways for young people to participate meaningfully in this evolving economy. That, Mr. President, is an important start, but it also reinforces my point. Recognition must now evolve into a comprehensive strategy, one that does not stop at digital content, but fully embraces Carnival as the anchor of our creative economy. Because the creative sector, Mr. President, is not confined to digital content alone. It spans music, mass, as the renowned Peter Minshall used to say, the mass, design, performance, and the entire Carnival ecosystem. What is required now is a coordinated, whole-of-government framework that treats the creative economy as a central pillar of sustainable and inclusive development. If we look across the Caribbean, and some of my colleagues who spoke before have spoken about it, we see that others have begun to move more deliberately in this space. Jamaica, for example, has taken steps to build out its creative industries, particularly in music, film, and digital content. The lesson is not that others are ahead of us in creativity. Trinidad and Tobago is not lacking in creativity. Carnival itself is perhaps the clearest evidence of our creativity. But it goes beyond Carnival, Mr. President. In today's digital space, we see it every day. A news event unfolds, and within minutes, our creatives transform it into memes, into videos, and commentary that are widely shared. That is creative capital in real time. The issue, therefore, is not about creativity. The issue is whether we are structuring that creativity to generate sustained economic value. We actually face a paradox, Mr. President. We have a globally recognized cultural brand. We have exported Carnival across the world to London, Toronto, New York, Miami, and Japan. We have built a diaspora that amplifies our reach, and yet we are not capturing the full economic value. Others host Carnival, others monetize Carnival, others build structured industries around it. Meanwhile, we continue to treat it as a seasonal, informal, and undermeasured part of our economy. This, Mr. President, to my mind, is a structural gap in our development and economic model. It is what we call an economic leakage. The leakage in this context is not just about lost revenue. It is about lost intellectual property value, lost brand ownership, and lost first-mover advantage in a global cultural market that we helped to create. But beyond the macroeconomic story lies a deeper question. Who benefits from Carnival? Because while Carnival generates income, access to that income is not evenly distributed. Small vendors struggle with rising costs. Young creatives face barriers to financing and scale. Traditional mass practitioners compete with commercial models. And the very communities that birthed Carnival risked being priced out of participation. So yes, Carnival unites us symbolically, but economically, it risks excluding many, and that must concern us, Mr. President. If Carnival is an ecosystem, then it is one under pressure. Rising costs, foreign exchange constraints, infrastructural limitations, fragmented governance, and environmental stress all point to a simple truth. Without coordination and planning, even our strongest cultural institutions can become vulnerable. The motion speaks to institutional coordination, and I think this is critical. Carnival does not sit within a single ministry. When you think about the ecosystem of Carnival, it should not reside in one single ministry because it spans culture, tourism, trade, education, local government, and of course, national security. Without coordination, we will continue to see fragmentation, duplication, and missed opportunities for scale. Mr. President, this naturally raises a critical question about the role of the National Carnival Commission itself. The Commission evolved from the earlier Carnival Development Committee at a time when the primary focus was coordination and administration of the festival. But the reality that we're now describing, the reality that we are framing in this motion, is fundamentally different. We are no longer speaking only about a festival, we are speaking about a complex economic ecosystem. And so the question arises, is the current institutional framework fit for purpose? And as Senator Vera said when he was moving the motion, this is not about questioning the NCC, but questioning whether or not we need to identify new institutional frameworks to help us as our carnival sector, as our carnival industry, as our carnival economic engine has in fact evolved. So we need to ask ourselves, is the Commission structured, resourced, and mandated to drive investment, to support intellectual property development, to facilitate exports, and to coordinate a modern creative economy strategy? Or are we asking a legacy institution to deliver outcomes that it was never designed to achieve? Again, Senator Vera correctly said that this is not a commentary about the NCC, but I will posit that perhaps what is now required is a broader institutional mechanism, throwing out names, a National Festivals and Creative Economy Council, or an Arts and Festival Development Commission, focused not only on the staging of Carnival, but on the business, development, and innovation of our national festivals. Such an entity must not become merely a funnel for funding, because we think of the government, and Senator Jack correctly said, this is not just about the government. How do we get different actors on board? So such an entity must not become merely a funnel for funding, because that would defeat its purpose. Its mandate, such an entity, such an evolved entity, its mandate should be strategic, developmental, transparent, and accountable. Such an entity should undertake a serious analysis of Carnival and related festivals, look at their strengths, their weaknesses, opportunities for growth, and any threats to them, and bring together all the essential elements of the ecosystem: culture, tourism, trade, education, local government, security, urban planning, intellectual property, environmental management, finance, and the private sector. Carnival is a sea that deep. In so doing, such an evolved entity would move Carnival from an event that is managed to an industry that is developed, creating space for younger entrepreneurs, for younger designers, musicians, digital creators, and community organizations that can grow and thrive as part of this ecosystem. Because if we see Carnival as our flagship festival, then Carnival must lead the charge into the creative economy. But it can only do so if the institutional framework around it, the institutional framework supporting it, is fit for purpose. Mr. President, I believe the policy intent is very clear, and the policy intent is also there. The commitments have been articulated. The question now is one of execution, coordination, and scale. Recognizing the potential is not enough. Without structure, we risk leaving value on the table. The motions call for a national colloquium which can build on the consultations which the Ministry of Culture held a few weeks ago. The call for a national colloquium within 6 months is therefore not just timely, it is necessary. But such a national colloquium must lead to a long-term strategy, clear coordination, measurable benchmarks, and sustainable outcomes. Mr. President, the proposed national colloquium is therefore not a procedural step. It should be seen as a strategic opportunity, more than simply a meeting of stakeholders. It should be a structured national conversation grounded in evidence, in data, and with clear objectives. It should bring together, such a colloquium should bring together practitioners from across the Carnival ecosystem. My colleagues who spoke before have mentioned them, but I wish to repeat. Let's look at producers of mass, the moss. Let's look at musicians. Let's look at producers. Let's look at vendors. Let's look at digital creators, policymakers, financiers, and community leaders, to allow them the opportunity to speak to each other, but also allow there to be the interrogation of opportunities and constraints that face this sector. Such a colloquium should examine issues of financing, intellectual property, export potential, infrastructure, governance, and inclusivity. And importantly, it mustn't be a talk shop. It must produce actionable outcomes, a roadmap, clear timelines, defined responsibilities, and measurable indicators of success. Because if we as a country are serious about positioning Carnival as a driver of economic diversification and a driver of cultural development, then the colloquium must serve as the foundation for a long-term, coordinated national strategy, not simply another talk shop or another forum for discussion. And let's push the envelope. Let's push it a little bit. Let these discussions be broadcast, whether on TV, online, but everybody should be able to access it the same way Trinidad and Tobago is looking at us now in the Senate. Because ultimately, the issue is not whether we celebrate Carnival, the issue is whether we are structured to benefit from it. And even as we pursue growth, we must protect meaning. Carnival cannot become so commercial that it excludes, or so structured that it loses its spontaneity, or so profitable that it forgets the people. Carnival is not just what we do, it is who we are. But if we get the policy right, Mr. President, Carnival will not only reflect who we are, it will help determine the kind of economy that we diversify into. Whether we remain dependent on a single sector or deliberately build a diversified, resilient economy that fully embraces and monetizes our creative capital. Mr. President, it is my view that the choices we make at this time with this sector, with this industry, with this potential that we have, the choices that we make will help to shape our collective and hopefully our diversified future. With those few words, Mr. President, I thank you.
Senator Janelle John Bates.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, and thank you for the opportunity to contribute. Mr. President, this motion begins by asserting, whereas Carnival is a defining cultural institution of Trinidad and Tobago and an expression of the nation's heritage, creativity, and plural society. Mr. President, I spent a lot of time contemplating that one line. What is Carnival? How would the average individual describe Carnival to someone who had never heard about it before? Is it important today as when it was birthed in the 18th century? Now, I'm no expert in Carnival studies, but it seems to me that Carnival has evolved from a celebration of liberation and resistance into something more commercialized, and events focused on spectacle and revelry. So I asked myself, is the resistance and the freedom still integral to Carnival today? And I thought to myself, what about those who don't partake in Carnival? Because, Mr. President, I grew up in what I would call a dual philosophy household. I had one parent who enjoyed all aspects of Carnival, the culture, the party, whatever they did. And I had another parent whose view was that we should limit our exposure to all things Carnival as much as possible. to save our souls. It was a moral choice. So for someone who does not partake in Carnival, would they see it as integral to their cultural identity? So I ruminated on those points and I didn't come to a conclusion. But I would like to thank the mover of the motion, Senator Vieira, for giving me some further things to think about, something that would even appeal to those who don't participate in Carnival. He indicated that Carnival was a critical pressure valve, and I like that. Because even though I don't play Mass on Monday and Tuesday, I appreciate the Monday and Tuesday off. I could lie down in my bed, I could go on the beach. It is indeed a release. I liked how Senator Jones Simmons said I think it was a language of resistance. I like the concept of transformation of suffering into creativity. That was said by the mover of the motion. So I have more things to think about. But what I can't deny is, like, unlike other carnivals, our carnival is just not a one-day or two-day celebration. I heard it described as a living ritual that unfolds over some months. For the revelers, it begins as early as Boxing Day for some. But for those involved in the production of the Mass, it could begin as early as August, or it's all year round. For some people, it's all year round. It is a season, if I want to call it, for those who think of it as a season, or as I said, some think of it as a ritual. But it's a time when many of our indigenous cultural forms are placed on full display. We have the steel pan, our national instrument. You're hearing it reverberating through the panyards on the stages. We have calypso, where our story is told in a witty way, funny way, satire, somebody mentioned. We have chutney soca, one of those wonderful mergers of two of the key identities, of people in this country. Something we are proud to claim as our own. Across the landscape during Carnival, many of our creatives are given time to shine. We have the singers, the musicians, the dancers, the costume designers. Each of them are given an opportunity to express themselves through competitions, the fetes, and ultimately on the road Monday and Tuesday. So indeed, Mr. President, if we were even to simply search Trinidad and Tobago, no Google search of Trinidad and Tobago would be complete without the mention of Carnival. You'd read phrases like a celebration of the nation's rich history, an expression of national culture, a showcase of creativity and identity. So to describe Carnival as a defining cultural institution, as it was laid out in the motion, was a significant contributor to our national identity, it almost seems trite. It cannot be denied that Carnival is important. Whether you partake or you don't partake, it is important. And the move of the motion said, with that understanding, the importance of Carnival is a critical question. How to modernize without forgetting. That is what the move of the motion said. When I was thinking about this contribution, my question here, as I have it, is how to ensure the continued viability for another 200 years and beyond. I think they come down to the same thing. And if that is the question we have to focus on, we have to move beyond sentiment and celebration. It's good. I really loved listening to Senator Jones reminisce on the youthful origins of her love for Carnival. But Carnival, as it currently operates, is a tremendous opportunity, but it's on a fragile system. So the first thing I would like to focus on is Carnival as an economic enterprise. Mr. President, much is often said about the economic power of Carnival. We heard a lot about it today. We hear these broad claims about its contribution. But, Mr. President, I found the data to be surprisingly slim about the true economic importance of Carnival. It is difficult to isolate, well, I can find specifically how much Carnival contributes to our GDP, Carnival alone. And I guess that's because it's not treated as a separate sector within our national accounting system. I wouldn't go any further than that. I'm not a finance expert, but I couldn't find the number when I Googled. I found some estimates, though. I found an estimate that suggested that Carnival generated between 800 million TT and a billion TT in economic activity annually. That sounded like a real big number to me. But I see Senator Dan Paul shaking his head no, and I gathered it wasn't as large as it could be. It is not insignificant. $1 billion is not insignificant. But I gathered that it is not as large as it could be. Now, other individuals would have examined other carnivals in the jurisdiction. So I want to take us, in the region. We've heard about Jamaican Carnival, Barbados Carnival, but I would like to take us somewhere a little further north. So I saw a comparator to New Orleans, the Mardi Gras there, yeah? And I read that it generated over $1 billion US, 6.8 billion TT thereabouts, annually, and it contributed to 2% of that city's GDP, and it attracted over 1.4 million visitors. And I liked the comparator because New Orleans is smaller than Trinidad. They have a smaller population, yet they managed to attract 4 times their population in terms of visitors to their Mardi Gras and earn much more than us. Of course, there are other things or context to that, but maybe it's a place we could look at to examine what they are doing there that perhaps we are not doing here. Is it a marketing thing? Is it a transportation thing? I believe that is something that could probably be discussed in the colloquium. Because, by contrast, over the last 15 years or so, Trinidad attracted somewhere between 31,000 visitors to as high as 54,000 visitors. And it is said that the visitor spend is $350 million. That sounds like a lot to me, but I'll leave it to those who are involved in finance to really dive into the number. So that gap that I have seen between New Orleans and Trinidad tells us something. It says that while our Carnival product is respected globally, no doubt, we are not extracting the full economic value from it. Now, as I said, I'm not a Carnival expert, so I left it to the experts. I found a suggestion by Dr. Terence Farrell. And he said in an article, I found this in an article entitled Making Real Money from Carnival, was in the Express. He said the key to maximizing the full economic value from Carnival was to view it and to treat it not merely as a cultural event, but to view the product as a clear commercial opportunity. He said that promoters, mass bands, fetes, and events have to see their products as wholly commercial and deliberately target foreign participation. I have my concerns about that suggestion, though, because Carnival is not purely an economic venture. It didn't start that way. It started in something deeper. And my concern is if we were to view it that way, purely commercially, we'd risk running something that many individuals have spoken about. Well, I think all the contributors who went before me spoke about exclusion. Exclusion of some. Carnival was meant to be a democratizing force. All people, bourgeoisie or proletariat, every creed and race, were to find an equal place, jump up and down on Carnival Monday and Tuesday, or in the Panyard, or wherever. So that takes me to my next point, the cost of commercialization. or commercializing? Who gets left out? That's the question. So when we start speaking of expanding the Carnival footprint, we have to look at the flip side. Many individuals touched on it. Carnival is becoming increasingly inaccessible to certain individuals. Dare I say, the people who even created it themselves, as in their progeny, that is. Carnival, as I said, began as an expression of freedom, rebellion by the oppressed classes. But now it is becoming almost like a gated community. You could only get in if you could afford to get in. The numbers are stark. It seems that we are moving away from what Bungie Garland would have described as a hard fete. My understanding is the kind of fete you wear your sneakers and your short pants and you're there to jump up, wind down and have a good time, sweat out the hair. You're not there about the aesthetics. We seem to be moving away from that to the all-inclusive experience. VIP, VIP. I don't know how much more V's they could add to the I and the P. These VIP all-inclusive fetes range from $800 to as much as $4,600 per person. There's not a family, there's not a family trip to anywhere. We have the costumes of the more well-known bands ranging from $3,000, and this one blew my mind last night because I didn't know they could go as high as this, $18,000 for a frontline costume. My jaw dropped. I didn't know it. In my mind, oh, frontline, I must say $10,000. $18,000. I saw a video of a young lady on Facebook breaking down how much she spent for Carnival. She said she spent $16,000 on Carnival, and she said that was her managing costs. So she cut down on drinking, she did her own makeup, she did things to cut down on the expenses for Carnival, yet still she spent $16,000. I think her costume, she said was $8,000, so half the money was on the costume. But it doesn't seem that that figure is unusual. And I'm hearing my colleagues, those who know better than me, say, nope, that is the norm. So Carnival, as I said, is increasingly being defined by the all-inclusive, the ultra-exclusive, and you know, the more accessible community-based events are being marginalized. Actually, some of them are even being stigmatized as being unsafe or undesirable. We want to be where the who's are. We are seeing things like, a long time now, masqueraders being separated by ropes on the road, and the bands are taking up the whole road. We see steel pan, our national instrument. You see it less and less in the parade on Monday and Tuesday. It's been replaced by the DJ trucks. We are hardly seeing the traditional mask characters, Baby Doll and the Peregrinade. I wonder if children under 10 even know what is a Peregrinade. Do they still learn about that in social studies? I don't know. We see the rural community carnivals declining due to lack of investment and participation. I don't know which one came first. So is this just the natural evolution of the mass? Or is this exclusion of certain individuals and certain cultural facets because of neglect? What is the point of the economic growth we're changing if it erodes our cultural ownership or the ownership of the culture by the masses? I think that's something that needs to be discussed in the colloquium. Mr. President, even the foreigners are being priced out of the mass. Even if we are saying we want to make it an economic activity targeting the international audience, even them, they are being priced out. I think it was mentioned here by other contributors. We have the issues of the high price of airfare to come to Trinidad, the limited accommodation. I think I read somewhere we only had about a 3,000 room stock. The dominance of the high-price events, the all-inclusive with the Vs. So even repeat foreigners, those who like the Carnival, they've come before. They now have to stop and think and weigh their options. Again, I saw another video. I saw a video and I saw somebody else breaking it down of what it costs a foreigner to come to participate in our carnival for 5 or 6 days. And the cost was $30,000 and up. That is for their accommodation, their costume, their transport, food, miscellaneous. So that the visitor now has to think to themselves, do I attend every other year instead of every year like I used to? Do I go to another carnival in the region? Do I just reduce my participation or stop participating at all? Now, Mr. President, I won't deny that there are other affordable options for individuals to partake, and I thank God for that. Yes, we have the all-inclusive events, but we still have the cooler fets. The ones they could get for $300, or even $200, the P&M cooler fet come along. $200, still affordable. We have Calypso Fiesta. We have the stick fighting competitions, $125 to go and see some stick fighting. We have you could do a panyard crawl, free. Go from panyard to panyard to panyard and just take in the music. And then we had the John Cupid Village that was in existence since about 2020, again, free. You can go and see up-and-coming artists, more entrenched artists. So there's still free events. I don't deny that. So I'm just saying that a sustainable economic or sustainable cultural economy must balance the value with the accessibility. We have to get that balance, otherwise we risk pricing ourselves out of the market. So as the motion highlights, so I'm moving on now to infrastructure. So as the motion highlights, we do not only have an economic challenge that may hinder sustainability and inclusivity. We also have some infrastructural challenges in Trinidad and Tobago. Now, I would have mentioned our room stock for accommodation. That's one issue. And I see people coming up with innovative ways to address that. I see, for example, we had the Epic Carnival cruise liner that can house some people now. But that is not the infrastructure I was going to focus on. We do not have infrastructure in place to support the scale of Carnival we would need to have if we want to make Carnival a greater economic contributor. Each year we see the same conflict, and it came up again this year. We have residents in certain areas such as Woodbrook, St. James, San Fernando, who year after year would complain about the noise of the festivities. When those who are enjoying the festivities would see it as melodic. But, Mr. President, the sick, the elderly, and the children, for them, when it goes on tonight, it is disruptive, and we cannot deny that. But then we have the other side. As was said, thousands of individuals depend on Carnival for their livelihood. We have the vendors, the technicians, the drivers, the security personnel, artists, so many individuals. For them, this is not simply about enjoyment. It is about survival. And unfortunately, due to our infrastructure, we were forcing large-scale events, or we had to hold these large-scale events in spaces that they were not designed for, spaces that, unfortunately, were very near to communities. The various stadiums. We heard about what happened when Stinkandutty was moved down to the Chaguaramas Peninsula. So even when we try to find other alternative venues, we have another problem, congestion. We have narrow streets. Our roads weren't designed for that. We often have inadequate parking at these events. So that yearly conflict between the residents and the promoters or the revelers, the root problem is not really the noise, It is just really an absence of purpose-built cultural infrastructure. So when we understand that is the problem, our blanket prohibitions on the use of major venues like Brian Lara, Cricket Academy, and the Hazley Crawford Stadium, is that really a well-thought-out policy initiative, or is that just a reaction? Mr. President, I would say that the answer does not lie in shutting down activities, especially on short notice when the season is already underway, but again in enforcement as it relates to noise, coordination, and modern planning. And that is an issue again that can be addressed in the colloquium. Mr. President, I want to move on to something else that I haven't heard anybody touch on today. The environmental sustainability of the Carnival. Because no discussion on the longevity of Carnival can be divorced from our natural environment. And this is an area that I find doesn't receive a lot of attention when we think about Carnival. Carnival generates an estimated 3.4 tons of waste annually. And much of that waste is plastic-based. Costumes are made primarily of polyester, that is a plastic. You have the beads and you have the other synthetic materials. And they end up in the landfills. And I want to commend the Port of Spain City Corporation in particular for cleaning up our streets as soon as the Carnival done, when the Carnival over, as Lord Kitchener would have described it, when everybody's gone. By the next day, you would not have known there was a Carnival. So I commend them for cleaning the streets and taking everything to landfill, because that's what we know. But these materials break down, Mr. President. They turn into microplastics that unfortunately make their way into our rivers and seas and eventually into our food. We have food waste, which is another, because of all these all-inclusive fats. We like to eat. I like to eat. But a lot of the food is wasted at these fats, and I want to, well, I'll leave it there. But this food waste contributes to methane emissions. We also have paper waste. Yes, paper breaks down quicker than plastic, but it's still a waste material. These paper waste from promotional materials, they accumulate. And the energy demands of events, they add to our carbon emissions. So in the long term, that is not sustainable. Accumulating all this waste from Carnival, material waste, is not sustainable. So there are some solutions that are being utilized locally. For example, we have Carnicycle. This is a local NGO founded by two Tobagonians, Danny McCletchy and Luke Harris. And the aim of their NGO, Carnicycle, is to bridge the gap between Carnival culture and sustainability through recycling and repurposing of Carnival costumes. They have advanced that 95% of a Carnival costume could be recycled. Most people view a Carnival costume as a one-time wear, fast fashion. But what they have done, and I think they've been doing it since 2018, is collecting these costumes. They collect it in various hotels. They even collect it at rest stops from certain bands, because I've been told by those who play mass that after a while, they get fed up with the backpack. That's why I tell, and some people they just fling it. So instead of just flinging it, you can donate it to Carnicycle. And what they do is take apart the costume. They sanitize the parts that it can be salvaged, the feathers, the beads, the gems, and they wash them, they sanitize them, and then they resell them at a cheaper rate to local designers. Any clothes they would have collected along the way, because they would have mentioned, for example, Juve, the amount of shoes and jerseys they get, they donate them to particular other charities. They have even, I think this year, made reusable beach totes using the banners that go on trucks. They make beach totes from that. So initiatives like Carnicycle, they show us that Carnival doesn't have to be a wasteful event. It doesn't have to be a one-off. Your costume doesn't have to be one-off, use one-off. There are other initiatives used by other individuals to recycle. Some groups keep the old costumes and rent them out to, for example, ad agencies who want to use the costumes in promotions. Some individuals have moved away to using more biodegradable costume materials. Now we have e-ticketing systems, so we don't have to have the physical paper ticket or the plastic ticket. I think most bands give you the reusable cup, so you don't have to get a plastic cup every time you want to drink. Use your cup. And I'm sure that more suggestions like these can be devised at the colloquium. But the thing is, currently, a lot of these recycling initiatives are being driven by individuals and NGOs. And it shouldn't be that way. It should be driven, I think, through policy initiatives of the government. That way, we will ensure that more individuals will come on board. and it wouldn't be left up to your individual whim and fancy. So, Mr. President, I'm winding down. All these initiatives, all these issues, the economic inefficiencies, the exclusion, the infrastructural strain, the environmental impact, they point to a deeper problem, the fragmentation of the governance, of Carnival. Carnival is managed across multiple sectors. We have the National Carnival Commission, we have the various ministries, we have the local government bodies, we have private promoters, we have cultural, lots of different hands or cooks are stirring the pot. So there's no unified long-term strategic framework. And probably that's a legacy of how the Carnival started. Again, it started out of freedom, liberation, rebellion. It wasn't like a government-driven initiative. So perhaps that's why currently we allow it to be so free-moving. Not a very regulated affair. But if we have to ensure its sustainability and to drive its economic resilience, a different approach is needed. So we need to be less reactive to last year's problem and think long-term, plan long-term. So as it relates to the proposed national colloquium, as you can guess, I support the motion. I support the call to have it within 6 months. I believe the dialogue will be useful. And because major long-term decisions as it relates to Carnival, example, the repealing of the NCC Act and the moving towards a National Festivals Commission of Trinidad and Tobago, they should be made after appropriate consultation. But, Mr. President, quite frankly, dialogue alone is not enough. What happens after the dialogue? After the dialogue, it's not that we sit down one day in a nice place and we have a chit-chat and we have our lunch. No, we need a clear national carnival policy. We have to ensure that there will be measurable targets for visitor growth and local participation. We have to have timelines for infrastructural developments. We have to have the environmental standards and enforcement mechanisms. Otherwise, it will be another well-intentioned conversation, or a talk shop, as described by Dr. Atz. So if we are serious about sustainable development of Carnival, then we must adopt a more disciplined approach. We have to treat Carnival as an export industry. We should target the international markets deliberately. We should address the cost barriers for both locals and visitors. We have to continue supporting the traditional mass and community events. We really shouldn't be removing funding from those. We have to ensure that there are accessible price points, even though it's a free market. We should continue to have more subsidized events and more community events. We have to rebalance the space between the elite and the general public participation. We have to develop some purpose-built event venues. We have to improve transportation and ensure safety. I think someone else touched on the safety aspect. We must mandate and move towards more sustainable materials in the mass. Because I don't know if anybody really delved into it, the move away from the use of local mass producers to mass production. And that is what's driving a lot of the waste, well, the foreign exchange issue, but the use of these plastics. That is what they use to produce these fast fashions and items. So we also have to incentivize green innovation within the industry. We have to strengthen institutional coordination, and essentially we have to establish a long-term carnival development plan. So, Mr. President, we have to accept. We must accept Carnival is not just a festival. It's not just a two-day event. It is our culture. It's an ecosystem. You have the commerce, the infrastructure, labor, environment, and governance. If we have to preserve what we have and strengthen it, we have to manage it accordingly. So again, I support this motion, but I want to move beyond just the colloquium. I want to move beyond the talk and the aspirations, actual execution. As I said before, a strong carnival is not only built on the sentiment and how you feel. you really, we have to get to a point where it takes a greater role in our economic future. And if we get this thing wrong, we risk creating a spectacle, something nice to see that may be profitable for some, because despite the costs and etc., there are some people who make real money from Carnival. But they may profit, but many people may not be able to access it. And that is not a sustainable future. Thank you.
Senator Francis Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in support of the motion, and I do so with full awareness that we're not simply debating an event on a calendar. We're engaged in something far more complex, as quite a few speakers have alluded to. Something that lives in our economy, yes, but also in our memory, our tensions, our creativity, our shared sense of who we are as a people. The Trinidad and Tobago Carnival is not perfect. It has never been perfect, but it has always been alive. And anything alive that matters must be nurtured, examined, and where necessary, improved. I should state for the record, Mr. President, that unlike many of my colleagues who glory in the mass, I am a pick up and drop person. Yeah, I am the person you could reliably call to pick me up, drop me, come for me. Yes, I have played night mass, I have played Jouvet, but there are others who have the more direct experience. I could tell you about the traffic on the road, but be that as it may. I think in considering this motion, we need to recognize pride and concern that is behind this from a number of communities. Mr. President, there are citizens, very good people, some of whom I know well, who look at Carnival and feel unease. Some from religious communities worry about standards of decency and morality. Others, some of whom are from outside of Port of Spain or urban centers, question whether the benefits of Carnival are fairly distributed and whether the state support has been equitably shared among the many cultural and sometimes religious expressions that make up our nation. I would urge in the colloquium that these concerns not be dismissed. They should and need to be heard. But neither should they nor their concerns be allowed to diminish or delegitimize Carnival itself. Because, Mr. President, Carnival is not an imposition on the nation. It is a creation of our nation. Yes, born of struggle, shaped by emancipation, and refined by many generations, and sustained in an ongoing way by the ingenuity of our people. In looking at the motion, Mr. President, I would ask if we could step just slightly beneath the surface of the debate and consider the idea of culture itself, a much used word in this context. We often speak of culture as though it is something fixed, something handed down, preserved, something simply to be defended or, in some cases, criticized. But culture really doesn't work in that way. Culture is something that we are constantly making. It grows out of how human beings, us, human beings everywhere, respond to shared experiences of life. I have a good friend, deceased now, who spoke of culture and saying the first thing that people have to learn to deal with are the transition moments of life. Death, birth, marriage, rites of passage, taking up new responsibilities. It grows out of how we respond to shared experiences in life, being born, growing up, working, struggling, celebrating, and all of us eventually passing on. Every society develops ways to make sense of life and of these moments. Over time, these become habits, sometimes beliefs, often expressions deeply felt, and those in turn may become culture, a shared culture. So culture is not only about or shaped by religion or race or nationality. It is about how we live, and how we interpret what it means to exist and to belong. And very often, Mr. President, culture operates quietly. It influences how we think, how we behave, how we value, what we value. Without announcing itself, it feels natural, almost inevitable. But in truth, it is a product of shared experience in a particular place and time, and often with others. And because of that, culture is not static. It is alive, it evolves as we evolve. And if we look at the Trinidad and Tobago Carnival through that lens, we begin to see it differently. We see it not simply as costumes and music, but as a living expression of how multiple generations of Trinidad and Tobago have responded to life, its hardship, its joy, its contradictions. We see it as something that has been shaped and reshaped over time, and which will continue to be reshaped, whether by intention or neglect. That, Mr. President, is why this conversation matters. Because if culture is something we are always creating, then the question before us is not simply whether we support Carnival or not, but how we choose to shape it going forward and who participates in that shaping. If I may be permitted, Mr. President, a paraphrase, I'll just give the context. It was said by Peter Minshall. It was said of our dear friend, Pat Bishop, soon after she died. And he said, you know, her disappearance is as though the northern range suddenly disappeared. You're accustomed to walking around the savannah, and suddenly one day, it's not there. In some ways, my paraphrase, and I'm borrowing from Peter, is that idea that whether one participates directly in it or not, to anybody who is living within the view of the northern range, were it to simply disappear tomorrow, it would be profound, even if one doesn't hike it, walk it, or use it in any way. When we look at this proposed colloquium, which I support, this motion, to be properly understood, is not about choosing between Carnival and other festivals. This has been in the media, it has been alluded to by some other speakers. It is about moving away from a zero-sum mindset where if one loses, the other gains. We can and must do both. We have to strengthen Carnival as our premier national festival. Yes, for the economics, but also for what it means to so many across the nation. But we also have to develop a more coherent, transparent, and fair framework to support other cultural observances and festivals across Trinidad and Tobago. This is not a contradiction. It is a maturity that I hope we can rise to. Mr. President, there are also other discussions, sometimes quiet, sometimes not so quiet, about restructuring governance, including proposals that could significantly affect the National Carnival Commission. I would urge that we be very careful here. Reform is not a bad word, but reform must not become a disguise for dilution. Carnival requires focus, expertise, and it has built into itself a powerful institutional memory that can be harnessed. And if ignored, I think one would hesitate to ignore it. Any evolution in governance or institutions must strengthen, not weaken, that foundation. The proposed national colloquium is, in my view, one of the more important, is a critical, central element of this motion, but only if we treat it seriously. Talkers and exchange is good, but as some have said, it needs to be more than a talk shop. Nor can it be simply a performative exercise, which is excellent for the optics. But it needs to meet the challenging issues of the day. It must be structured, it must be inclusive, as a number of colleagues have mentioned, evidence-based, and ultimately useful. It must bring together the practitioners of mass, traditional and newer, youth and older players, often who have quite different ideas on what constitutes good mass. The various music communities, And there are multiple, whether it's steel band, whether it's calypso, whether it's across a range of other music forms. Designers, makers, promoters. And I want to be very careful not to leave out those who feed us, those who secure our safety. And for many years, I worked in theater for over 2 decades. So I have a very special place in my heart to those guys who manage the staging, the lighting, the sound rigs, and do it with great safety, great verve, and with enormous speed and skill. And who could forget the transport providers? In that colloquium, the voices from rural and regional communities, in addition to those of our urban centers, need to be heard. And yes, even those who are critical, so long as the engagement is respectful and constructive. Because if we do not have a conversation in a structured way, we will continue to have it in a fragmented way. And that will probably lead to considerations that are unproductive and ultimately could be destructive. In describing and offering my support, I want to offer a gentle challenge to Carnival lovers, some of whom I recognize in this house. Not necessarily in costume, but sometimes in mud. And permit me, within that, a moment of candor. Those who love Carnival, truly love it, do not assume that it will take care of itself. There's a danger, perhaps to believe that Carnival is so deeply embedded in our national life that it is immutable, untouchable. History suggests otherwise. Institutions, traditions, even identities, if neglected, can be shaped by others who are more organized, more vocal, more determined, and perhaps have other agendas that have less to do with the support for and the strengthening of the very institutions that we're discussing. So this motion, and particularly the call for this colloquium, is also a wake-up call, not to protest, but to participate. To those persons who say you love Carnival, this is my call to you. Show up. Make your warmth and your presence felt. Contribute ideas, thoughts, voices. Defend what is valuable, what you think is valuable and what speaks to you. Raise questions or concerns that matter to you. And ultimately, we will need to have sometimes some difficult conversations, but to be honest with what must be improved and where we need to innovate. Because, my friends, if you're not at the table, you may find yourself being on someone else's menu. Much has been said about the economic contribution of Carnival, and rightly so. I commend, I stand to be corrected, the previous administration that started a study with the IDB, I believe, on the economic value of Carnival. And this study, which I believe it is ongoing, has been embraced by the present administration. And I think it's a wonderful example of, like a relay race, a handover of a baton on something that really does matter to us. What Carnival gives us is something that is beyond the economic. It would not inspire if when we consider the passion that it evokes. It gives us a space where differences coexist, where stage is creativity democratized. It's a festival season like no other, including other festivals in other parts of the world, some of which persons in this house have been to. It's a moment when the nation sees itself not as divided but as expressive, where we share so joyously, exuberantly, jubilantly with others from both far and near. It is in many ways one of the few national experiences where joy is shared across lines that sometimes divide us. That, Mr. President, is not easily quantified the way the economic input can be, but it is profoundly valuable. In closing and in preparing this speech, I thought about how to close, and there's just a thought I'd like to share with the House. I hope I do it some justice. I want us to reclaim a phrase, carnival mentality. Now, it's a phrase that has followed us for decades, sometimes whispered, sometimes declared, sometimes self-critical, or to buff or beat up people. The idea of, well, you're just the carnival mentality. It has been used often, unfairly, to suggest frivolity, lack of discipline, unseriousness. It has even been used by our own people at times to diminish ourselves. It's attributed, I am told, to Lee Kuan Yew, and was something he said very disparagingly of Trinidad and Tobago in the 1960s. Our leaders at that time chose wisely not to respond directly to it, but to speak to other issues. Many of their successes have brought us to this day. Some have not. I first heard it as a little boy in the 60s, and it was a feeling of great discomfort, of almost embarrassment. And over the years, over the decades, it has taken me some time to rethink its possible meanings. So I ask, what if either we misinterpreted the phrase, or perhaps there are other interpretations of the phrase? What if a carnival mentality is not a weakness, but it is a strength? It is the ability to create beauty out of constraint, to innovate with limited resources, to bring people with differences together, and to find joy even in difficulty. Like, as some of my colleagues have said, it is not a sign of a failing society. And I know some may call me naive, but I really do not think Trinidad and Tobago is failing. I think we have challenges and problems. We could disagree on what the problem is and how we should tackle it, but I do not think we're failing. And it's signs of resilience. Perhaps the challenge is to embrace what we are, embrace and not abandon that mentality, but harness it for purpose. It is a shared responsibility, Mr. President. This motion will not solve every issue. It will not settle every debate. But it does something important. It creates a framework for us to move forward deliberately rather than drift. It says, let's plan as critically. Let's listen. Let's improve. And let's preserve what is worth preserving and innovate as appropriate. So, in closing, I support this motion. I am not asking colleagues to agree on every detail of Carnival. I'm asking that we agree on this, that something so central to our national life deserves thoughtful stewardship, inclusive dialogue, and where we can to shape a long-term vision, so that when the time comes, and it will come, and we pass it on to the next generation, we do not simply say, this is what we inherited, look it, but rather, this is what we cared for enough to improve it. So, Mr. President, I support this motion. I invite my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, sir. Thank you, colleagues.
Honorable Senators, it's a good time for us to pause for a cause. It's tea time. We shall resume at 20 minutes past 5. This sitting of the Senate is suspended until 5:20 p.m. your throat SC.
Mr. President, thank you for the opportunity to make a brief contribution in support of the motion which we are contemplating today. And I think it's a timely consideration of the motion, even though it may have been filed some time ago, because as we walked towards Parliament today, independent senators were asked about the mid-year review and this kind of thing. So it took me back to look at this motion in the context of what was said during the budget debate. And I think this motion really fits in quite nicely with two of the pillars which were identified in that debate. The first pillar was that the government committed to restoring confidence and fiscal stability in the nation. And the second pillar was that the government committed to unlocking productive investment and jobs. I think this motion therefore provides us with a useful tool for us to advance these objectives. And I say to the minister through you, Mr. President, respectfully, that I may be preaching to the choir. What I'm about to say may already be in progress or may already have been discussed or thought about, and if so, I apologize. So I'll try to be as brief as possible. I think we have heard a lot about the sentimental and cultural value of Carnival. What we are being asked to do in this motion is essentially to have something which I will describe as an audit. That's to say, an assessment of where we are economically on this product which we have created. And part of that assessment will include an evaluation as to how we may make it more bankable, if that's the appropriate word to use. When we do this, we will take into account that a high proportion of the businesses which benefit from this enterprise or bring benefit to this enterprise fall into the category of micro, small, and medium enterprises. And from what I understand, from listening to those who know more about these things than I do, a large proportion of the businesses in our country fall into that category. So for me, this is something which is important that we have to take into account and try to get value from. Now, why I say that it is clear that steps have already been taken in this direction is simply because I've discovered that from my reading. For example, the Caribbean Development Bank has a Cultural and Creative Industries Innovation Fund, which recently approved a $10 million line of credit to expand access to small and medium-sized enterprises. This is accessible to businesses in Trinidad and Tobago. So the discussion, it is clear, is taking place nationally and regionally. This exercise, which Senator Vera is suggesting or recommending, will result in the spread of information, which I think, put simply, will assist us in changing or converting the existing ecosystem of what seems to be almost a sort of gig economy into something which morphs into something which is far more alive, inclusive, and far-reaching. It will impact on a segment of the economy or a group in our society which I think we must be very sensitive to and pay attention to, and that is young people. Young people participate in the gig economy. I don't have the statistics and the data, but I suspect that they participate to a large extent in the gig economy. So it would mean that they would benefit. Their concerns in terms of unemployment would be one of the things that could be addressed. Now, I read an interesting article. Mr. President, you'll forgive me. You know, I like my articles. It's on the World Bank website, dated the 27th of September 2022, written by authors, and they are Chadha, Chadha, Singh, well, spelt as we spell it, and Overney, Overny. And they were talking about jobs in the orange economy and the impact of something which we had not considered. I mean, we talked about the involvement of different ministries and so on, but they were talking about the impact of, and I'm using terms here that I'm not at all familiar with, disruptive technology in the conversion or the growth of the orange economy. And that to me was extremely interesting, because there we have a marriage of new technologies with young people. And it seems to me like it's a marriage made in heaven almost. And if these are things that we can use to teach young people to convert this gig economy into something more meaningful and lasting and sustainable for them, then I think we are going to have a successful, make a good effort of it. We might not benefit from it as the older people, but I think we will benefit from it in the sense that we are giving something to the next generation, and great value must be placed on that. According to a World Bank report of 2022, again, it's on the website, there are benefits, other benefits to finding out more about the orange economy and how to grow it and how to do it properly. And that is because it turns out that the gender gap or the pay gap for the genders is smaller in the orange economy. So you have more equality. Turns out that in this aspect of the economy, or in this grouping, you also have greater incentives for disabled persons, because there are technologies which they can learn about and use to earn a living. So it's more inclusive. So you teach in this, in what has been contemplated by Senator Vera. Not only do you learn about what this is, what this product is, you learn about how you can monetize the build-up to Carnival, how you can monetize the aftermath of Carnival, how you can monetize your workforce by giving them additional skills and abilities which they can use outside of the period in question. You teach them how to protect their work, because these are works of art. After Carnival is over, we have the work of photographers, artists, and musicians, which continue to sell and to be marketable and to bring in incomes to citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. Not only by national sales, but through international sales. I don't know too much about this, but digital technology, of course, will assist in the way in which we market these products. So one of the things, to go back to what this article was talking about in terms of linking the youth and digital economy, they were talking about things which we take for granted. We think we know about it, but we really don't, and we need to find out more about. For example, the use of audiovisual media for immersive experiences, virtual reality experiences. These are things which will appeal to a youth market, and I think can, in its own way, be a way of not only allowing young people to earn an income, but to sell to themselves. So, to end, I will simply say that I had a look at the IADB's Institute on the Future article, which is on their website, and they were saying that what you need to do in this kind of exercise is you need to quantify the creative impact. You need to find techniques to collect the data analytics, to produce maps so you can see what the benefits are of the creative economy. And you will, from that, you will get insights into how to amplify its value. But the point which is made in this article is this can't be a one-off thing. It has to be a continuing exercise because this ecosystem has to morph and has to grow. And our world is changing at an extremely fast pace. And in order to keep up with it and to change and grow this aspect of our sustainable economy, we have to learn and grow with it. So for these reasons, I have to say that in the literature, I found every reason to support the propositions which Senator Vera has set out in his motion, and I commend him, I beg your pardon, I commend him for bringing it to our attention. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Vishnu Danpal.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good evening. And as usual, it's good to see you again. Mr. President, I support this motion because Carnival is not merely a street party. It is not merely a festival. It is not just 2 days of revelry before the Lenten season. It is more than just the CIC fete, the best annual fete for Carnival. Mr. President, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Mr. President, Carnival is the soul of Trinidad and Tobago, a living, breathing, evolving expression of who we are as a people, our creativity, our resilience, our irreverence, our genius. Despite this cultural magnificence, despite the global recognition, despite the hundreds of thousands of visitors who flood our shores every year to witness what we produce almost instinctively, despite all of this, we have not been able to achieve Carnival's true cultural and economic potential. And I'm very glad the Honorable Minister is here, because I would like to say a few words about the NCC. Mr. President, let me speak plainly and honestly about the National Carnival Commission. The NCC was established with a mandate to develop, promote, and manage our National Carnival. But after decades of operation, the NCC has failed consistently and spectacularly to generate a surplus, to achieve financial sustainability, or to position Carnival as the economic powerhouse that it ought to be. And Minister, I'm not speaking about this incarnation of the NCC, but NCC. Year after year, the NCC returns to the Ministry of Finance with its hands outstretched, seeking increased subventions, or for the ministry to negotiate a loan on the Commission's behalf. Year after year, the taxpayers of the Republic fund an institution that cannot account for the returns on that investment in any meaningful economic terms. The NCC has never, in its institutional history, presented this Parliament with audited accounts that show that the Commission is not in a deficit position. Let that sink in, Mr. President. Consider the scale of what we are speaking about. The government of Trinidad and Tobago invests tens of millions of dollars into Carnival season annually. The NCC receives direct subventions, averaging, Mr. President, over 100 million, probably over the last 15 to 20 years, annually. Additional funds are channeled through the Ministry of Tourism, the Ministry of Community Development, and various state enterprises. And yet, when we examine the economic returns, the foreign exchange earned, the tax revenues generated, the net economic value added to the GDP, the figures are underwhelming relative to the investment made. I'm not suggesting that Carnival must be stripped of its public funding. Culture is not always profit and loss. They are social goods, cohesion, identity, national pride. They're real even if they do not appear on a balance sheet. But when the institution charged with managing Carnival cannot even account properly for the money it receives, when year after year the audit reports reveal procurement irregularities, delayed submission of financial statements, and a chronic absence of strategic financial planning, then something is fundamentally broken. And we owe it to this nation to say so. And Minister, the best thing about the NCC is Kiba Jacobs, my friend. The NCC has struggled to monetize the intellectual property of Carnival effectively. Our music, the calypso, the soca, the chutney soca, generates billions of dollars in streaming revenue globally. Yet the artists who create it and the nation that invented it receive very little. Our costume designers produce some of the most spectacular rubber art in the world, yet the intellectual property rights framework governing their creations is woefully inadequate. Our pan music, the steel pan. I'd just like to shift a bit now to pan trumbago. Our pan music, the steel pan, the only percussion musical instrument invented in the 20th century, is celebrated worldwide. But the panists who play it often cannot make a living wage from their art. Mr. President, I've been attending Panorama semi-final, I stress semi-final, since I was a young man. In fact, the first Panorama I attended, if I remember carefully, was I remember those days they were called CIBC Starlift, playing a song called Dudu Yeme, Natasha from Nigeria. And I was a fan of Starlift at that time, out of St. Mary's. I've since switched allegiance to Renegades, but that's another story for another day. And I could, because of the length of time I've been to Panorama and the Savannah, I could see the Panorama evolving or not evolving. And I can tell you something, I want to make a comparison here to the NBA in the United States. In the NBA, you have several teams competing, but there are only two countries involved, the United States and Canada, the Toronto Raptors from Canada. But the winner of the NBA is called what? The world champions. The Pan Trimbago needs to start thinking globally. The Panorama champions are the world champions. As a very popular politician said recently, who vex loss? So, Mr. President, you realize where I'm going with that. Also, another idea is that we need to look at the tax evasion involved overall in Carnival. Tax evasion among everyone, among FET promoters, pan leaders, everyone. There's a significant amount of tax leakage associated with Carnival, a significant amount. And the next thing, Mr. President, I tried to purchase a ticket online, a very popular e-ticket platform, to go Panorama this year. To my amazement, the only option I had was a US payment. So what that e-ticket platform is saying to me is that I am purchasing a ticket for a national event and leaking foreign exchange. And how many other people would have done that? And then we want to know where the foreign exchange went. Just one example. Mr. President, the resolution before us calls for a national colloquium. I support this, but I want to go further and suggest what that colloquium must produce if it is more than an expensive talk show. Some ideas, Minister. Free. First, the NCC must fundamentally be structured, not widened. We have learned from the TIDCO model, not necessarily widened. Please take a look at the TIDCO model. Not abolished, but restructured. The Commission must be reconstituted with a governance model that insulates it from political interference, requires transparent financial reporting, and brings in professional management with cultural expertise and commercial competence. The NCC's current mandate is too broad and too vague. It needs a focused mandate to develop Carnival as a sustainable economic and cultural enterprise and to be accountable for specific measurable outcomes, visitor numbers, foreign exchange earnings, artists' income, broadcast revenues year on year. Second, we need a dedicated Carnival investment fund. Very simple to set up, but it's going to work almost like a What's this? The government should establish.
I would like to listen and hear. I can't do that if I'm being disturbed. Continue, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I want to have to start over. Let me have to start over. Second, we need a dedicated Carnival investment fund along the lines of a mini sovereign wealth fund, right? The government should establish a ring-fence fund that provides capital to Carnival-related businesses, mass camps, music producers, costuming enterprises, event management companies. This is not a subvention. This is an investment with returns expected and tracked. Third, we need a comprehensive intellectual property strategy for Carnival. This means working with the WIPO, the World Investment Intellectual Property Organization, and regional intellectual property bodies to further protect the steel pan, to register Carnival traditions as protected cultural expressions, and to establish a royalties management system that ensures our artists are compensated when their work is used commercially, domestically, and internationally. Fourth, Mr. President, and this is very critical, I don't know if the Minister would be agreeable. We must address the infrastructural deficit. The Queen's Park Savannah remains inadequate for a world-class festival. Our judging venues are substandard. Our traffic management during Carnival is a national embarrassment that discourages repeat visitors. Any serious long-term strategy must include a Carnival infrastructure master plan, properly costed and committed to over a multi-year period. In this context, Mr. President, I want to invoke the vision of a man whose name I say with great respect, the late Prime Minister Patrick Manning. Mr. Manning understood, perhaps more clearly than any leader before or since, that Carnival deserved a permanent world-class home. He envisaged the National Carnival and Entertainment Center, a purpose-built, state-of-the-art facility with seating for 15,000, 18,000 patrons, equipped with artist suites, dressing rooms, VIP and media accommodation, dedicated concession areas, art and exhibition spaces, and acoustic design specifically for the enhancement of musical and theatrical performances. It was supposed to be located where the grandstand is presently. It was a bold and visionary project, one that would have given our greatest cultural festival the dignified, permanent infrastructure it deserves. What happened to that vision? It was shelved, redesigned, put out for competition, and ultimately it faded. Another casualty of the cycle of political discontinuity that has plagued our national planning for generations. Carnival continues to be staged in makeshift conditions at the Savannah, year after year, with temporary stands and improvised facilities, and the old Savannah does. This is not how a nation treats its greatest cultural treasure. I therefore call on the government, irrespective of whatever reservations may exist about the original design or its cost, to revive the spirit of Mr. Manning's ambition and commit, as part of the long-term Carnival strategy, to building a national carnival and entertainment center that is worthy of the festival it's meant to house. It could even be part of the revitalization blueprint. I haven't seen anything like that. The designs are still available. Such a facility would not only serve Carnival, it would operate year-round as a premier entertainment and cultural venue, generating revenue, attracting international events, and standing as a permanent monument to the genius of our people. Mr. President, in closing, I support this resolution in its entirety. I call on the government to convene the National Colloquium without delay within the 6 months specified. But more than a colloquium, I call for a national commitment, a commitment that transcends party lines and that recognizes Carnival for what it truly is, not a liability on the national budget, but the greatest untapped economic and cultural asset this nation possesses. Thank you very much.
The Honorable Minister of Culture and Community Development.
Where the 500 million US?
Mr. President.
You signed that. Yeah.
Mr. President, thank you for the opportunity to contribute.
Continue, please.
I have listened, I have heard. Some, Mr. President, I will forgive. Some, I cannot, because they have been in this space in other incarnations, Mr. President, so I cannot forgive them, and Trinidad and Tobago should not either. My friends opposite listed many things. They listed what we all love about Carnival and what we all knew needed addressing. But Mr. President, like my colleague said, they lack the I don't want to say that.
Yeah. They lack the guts.
Yeah, they lack the guts.
The mental strength. Yeah.
But Mr. President, what I would like to thank is Senator Vera for your vote of confidence for those on this side to do what is necessary. I rise today in the Senate of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago to respond on behalf of the government to private motion number 2, moved by Senator Vera. But before I begin my substance in this motion, Mr. President, I want you to permit me to extend sincere congratulations to the people of Trinidad and Tobago and to the government for delivering what is known and what is public knowledge as a historic Carnival 2026. Indeed, this Carnival has been described in the national press as a triumph of culture, security, and economic performance. And like some of my colleagues on the other side, I would not rely just on my say-so, but I would quote from the national press. an editorial in the Trinidad Express on the 20th of February 2026 entitled The Legacy and Innovation of Carnival captured the national sentiment perfectly when it declared that the season represented a fusion of tradition and innovation, one in which the roots of Carnival will be honored and reimagined. Mr. President, let me also take the opportunity to place on record here today my profound gratitude to the thousands of artists, mask makers, panists, calypsonians, vendors, promoters, security personnel, and the tireless staff of the National Commission of Carnival, and also the staff of the Ministry of Culture and Community Development, whose dedication made Carnival 2026 the safest in 20 years. As reported in the Trinidad Guardian on the 20th of February 2026, and subsequently confirmed by the Trinidad Express, the Honorable Minister of Defense, the Honorable Mr. Wayne Sturge, declared, and I quote, "I think this carnival will go down as one of the safest in 2 decades." This was further enhanced, this statement, by the Gold Commander, Deputy Commissioner of Police, Suzette Martin. She confirmed that only 19 serious crimes were recorded during the festival period, compared to 62 in the prior year, a reduction of 70%. None opposite would say these things. Mr. President, a total of 908 patrols were conducted and 135 coordinated operations executed. Mr. President, that shows coordination. That shows government working together. But, Mr. President, if you listen to those opposite, you will get a feeling that the government is sitting on its laurels. That's not the case. This is a government of action. It is therefore important to understand that even before this motion was filed, and I heard my honorable friend said that the minister or the ministry started consultations after. What my colleague has to appreciate, you cannot ops or you cannot by VAPs say that, or by announcement, consultations are going to begin. It takes planning. So my honorable friend, this was in the making. And I want to tell you, it was in the making because of what we inherited. And we inherited everything that you would have put on the record here today. You knew what needed to be done, but you did not do it. Mr. President, let me state the government's position clearly for those opposite. The motion before this Honorable Senate contains 2 distinct operative limbs. The first limb calls upon this Senate to urge the government to take steps toward the sustainable development of Carnival as a national cultural and economic enterprise, including strengthening institutional coordination, policy planning, infrastructure, skills development, inclusive participation in collaboration with relevant stakeholders, including the National Carnival Commission. The second limb, Mr. President, calls for the government to convene, and they give time frame, within 6 months in national colloquium on the future of Carnival and related cultural events to facilitate structured national dialogue and to make recommendations for a long-term strategy to secure the cultural, economic, and institutional sustainability of Carnival. Mr. President, however, Mr. President, the government does not support the second limb, but we support the first limb in principle. For all that was stated, that is good, and once you're Trini, we all love. We do not support the first limb. We do not support the second limb of this motion, and I shall devote considerable time to explaining precisely why. This is not a matter of this government rejecting dialogue. Dialogue is good. It is a matter of recognizing that every mechanism the senator stated, that the senator proposes, is, in its proper academic definition, inappropriate for the work that is required and redundant in light of the comprehensive consultations already underway by this government. Mr. President, the senator in his motion calls upon the government to convene a national colloquium. I wish to pause here and subject this term to the rigorous scrutiny it deserves, because words matter, particularly in legislation and parliamentary motions. The Merriam-Webster's dictionary defines a colloquium as a usually academic meeting at which specialists deliver addresses on a topic or on related topics and then answer questions. Put simply, a colloquium is specifically a type of conference with important question and answer periods. Further, the Collins English Dictionary similarly defines it as a conference at which scholars or other experts present papers, analyze, and discuss specific topic. Okay. But, Mr. President, the legal definition is equally instructive. My learned friend would tell you, in Black's Law Dictionary, the term colloquium is defined in its broader sense as a discourse, a conversation, a conference. However, its more technical legal usage refers specifically to an advertisement in a declaration that there was a conversation or discourse on the part of the defendant. The legal tradition thus treats the colloquium as a formal declaration mechanism, and not one that allows participation. Mark that word, participation. Let us consider then what a colloquium actually is and what it is not. It is not the same as a broad-based public consultation, a stakeholder engagement exercise, or an interactive planning process. There is, Mr. President, a well-established hierarchy of consultations, mechanisms, recognized in public policy. At the broadest level, you have public consultations, and then town hall meetings designed to capture a wide or the widest possible range of voices, which is needed in our carnival industry. Next, you have stakeholder engagement sessions target at specific interest groups with direct expertise come in, and you have involvement, Mr. Speaker. Then you have a symposium, which bring together practitioners and academics for structured exchange. And finally, at the most rarefied end, you have the colloquium, which is an academic forum for expert discourse. Furthermore, I would draw the attention of this Senate to the distinction between a colloquium and the kind of engagement mechanism used by this government, what we deployed. A colloquium, by its very nature, it put privilege. Privilege over expert knowledge, it put privilege over experience. And what we depend on in the carnival industry is experience. It elevates the academic over the artisan, the theorist over the practitioner. And if you know about the carnival industry, the practitioner is necessary. But the wisdom of carnival does not reside in lecture halls or in universities alone, as valuable as these institutions are. It resides in the hands of the wire bender, and I heard my colleague well. In Woodbrook, the pan tuner in Laventille, the mask maker in Belmont, the food vendor in San Fernando, the promoter in Shoguanas, and of course, the stick fighter in Maruga. It is instructive, Mr. President, to consider the practice of our neighbors, and many on the other side mentioned our neighbors. When the government of Jamaica sought to chart the future of its own festival culture, it did not convene a colloquium. It convened broad-based stakeholder consultations with practitioners, community leaders, and cultural workers. When UNESCO developed its framework for safeguarding intangible cultural heritage, it emphasized community-based interactive approaches, not academic symposia. The scholarly lecturer of the Cultural Policy, the UNESCO Convention on Safeguarding the Intangible Cultural Heritage of 2003 consistently holds that the custodians of living heritage must be active participants in policy formation, not passive audiences at academic presentations. What the senator wants us to buy into is an academic experience. We cannot accept. Therefore, this government will not abandon the broad-based, inclusive, multi-stakeholder engagement process that we have already initiated, one that reached over 1,000 survey respondents and over 1,000 participants across 6 focused consultation sessions, and replace it with a narrow academic forum. This government will not do that. The people of Trinidad and Tobago are not spectators to be lectured to by experts. They are the stakeholders. They are the cultural bearers. Their voices must be heard directly, not filtered through the lens of academic discourse. Moreover, the term colloquium is borrowed from the tradition of the university seminar room. The challenge we face, or we are facing in Carnival, as many on that side would have itemized, is not a deficit of knowledge. It is the challenge of implementation, coordination, and political will. The people who attended the consultations held, the panists, the mask makers, the calypsonians, the food vendors, the promoters, they did not come seeking an academic conference. They came seeking action. They came looking, sorting out a government that would listen and then do. There is a further argument against the second limb of this motion. It is entirely redundant. The motion calls for the colloquium to facilitate structured national dialogue. As stated, we are already doing this. But, Mr. President, this is precisely what the blueprint of Carnival, and I want to thank those opposite for recognizing that we have started, that we have acknowledged everything that you stated, and that we are on the path to fixing it. Mr. President, I want to do something that I don't always do, Mr. President. Mr. President, and that is acknowledging that sometimes, even in, where do lilies grow?
In a pond, you know.
In a milky pond. Sometimes good things could come. This motion started something here today. It allowed the public to see that those opposite fail the cultural program. So I want to thank the Honorable Senator Anthony Vera for this motion, that you started a conversation by this motion, and you made those opposite acknowledge failure. I would say the greatest crime committed to the cultural sector was done by those opposite. And he made them own up to it. So I want to thank you. We did all of this, Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, forgive me. I reside in another space. Mr. President, for those who may believe that the government have been idle, I want to tell you from the moment I took office on the 4th of May, 5th of May, I went into my office. Mr. President, immediately on the 7th of May, I started to meet with the cultural sector. 2025, Minister meets. On the 16th of June 2025, a steering committee was put in place. And that steering committee would have formulated the theme, "You're gonna love this." We promised Trinidad and Tobago that Carnival 2026 would have been a product that you would have loved.
And we love it.
On the 16th of July, the ministry, acknowledging again everything that was itemized on the opposite side with regards to greater stakeholder collaboration. I reached out to every stakeholder involved in the Carnival sector, from fire, police, local government, and we made sure that everyone came to the Queen's Hall. And we had conversations to make sure that the Carnival product that you enjoyed was a safe one, was one that the people of Trinidad and Tobago could have been proud of. So I do not want my colleague to believe that the government was sitting waiting on instructions or waiting till motions are filed in order to act. That's not this government. Mr. President, the second component of the stakeholders' consultation that was held by the ministry, we listened to persons that would have attended, Mr. President, and that have instructed what I am about to present here, Mr. President. Mr. President, it is not a vague aspiration toward dialogue. This is structured, evidence-based, inclusive national engagement of precisely the kind that the motion purports to seek. The colloquium is therefore not merely the wrong instrument, it is an unnecessary one. Mr. President, I turn now to the substantive findings of the blueprint of Carnival consultations, because it is essential that this Senate understand the depth and the rigor of the work that has already been done. Carnival remains absolutely essential to the national identity of Trinidad and Tobago. Our public survey found that 60% of the respondents rated the importance of Carnival, 5 out of 5. The highest possible rating described as absolutely essential to who I am as a Trimbagonian. An overwhelming 89% of the respondents were nationals of Trinidad and Tobago, and 81% reported having attended Carnival more than 10 times, underscoring the festival's deep-rooted appeal and loyal following. But our stakeholders also sounded a clear warning. There is profound sense of urgency regarding the preservation of traditional Carnival. Artisans described traditional skills such as the making of the masquerade bonnets as dying due to an aging population of practitioners. I did not have to come in the Senate to hear those opposite say that. There were passionate calls for greater support for traditional characters, such as the Midnight Robber, the Dame Lorraine, and for the nation to establish a dedicated Carnival and Steel Pan Museum to serve as guardians of our cultural heritage. There is also a perceived perception between what has been termed pretty mass and traditional characters. While the former drives global influence, the latter represents the uniqueness that is Trinidad and Tobago, cultural identity. As one stakeholder put it, the nation must decide whether Carnival is merely a weekend party or a living expression of our ancestral heritage. A recurrent theme was the urgent need for structured master-apprentice programs to pass on specialized skills. And I heard those opposite mentioned, and I could tell you that the government will be informed by what came out of the consultations. Many sessions highlighted that while young people are active consumers of Carnival, they are less involved in its production, leading to recommendations for integrating Carnival arts into the national vocational curriculum. And this will inform government's policy. This government is committed to these interventions, and the blueprint of Carnival has provided the evidence to pursue this. However, the consultations also reveal significant gaps and everything that was stated opposite, Mr. Speaker, Mr. President. On a side note, Mr. President, the innovation that was flavor caused the Small Vendors Association to send me a letter thanking the government for creating a space of inclusion. Mr. President, the social dimension of Carnival cannot be separated from its cultural and economic significance. Our stakeholders described Carnival as, and I quote, the greatest leveler of society, a space where ethnic, social, and economic barriers are temporarily suspended. And I heard those opposite said the same. This is not mere sentiments. It is the reality that we live in Trinidad and Tobago. This government has heard the voices. We have responded by expanding junior competitions in Mass, Calypso, and Panorama through NCC. And I would have heard those opposites list everything that is wrong with NCC. I would have heard those opposite address things that are in public domain with regards to NCC. But I am here to debate whether a colloquium is necessary. So, Mr. President, I will leave whatever is to be expanded or restructured with regards to NCC. That decision will be made by the Cabinet of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. President, let me speak to the economic dimension because the numbers tell a powerful story. Trinidad and Tobago's Carnival contributed, and numbers float in the domain as to how much money Carnival produced. One would say $1 billion. I have figures over 640 million, approximately 94 US direct visitor expenditure. During the period, the 1st of January to the 14th of February 2026, because a total of 54,441 visitors arrived to our shores, and this represented a 13% increase from 48,000 in 2025. We have hotel revenue crossing $10.7 million USD, and this is figures quoted by the 15th of February 2026, with hotels saying 100% occupancy. The Trinidad Guardian, in an article published on the 25th of February 2026 entitled Carnival 2026 by the numbers, it said, short season, strong surge. Confirmed these figures, noting the remarkable economic performance despite a compressed Carnival season. Mr. President, for all that is stated in the numbers, what it showed is that from the moment the government took office, plans was already en route to ensure that Carnival 2026 was nothing but successful. Mr. President, what would have allowed us to quote some of those figures? there was an article in the Trinidad Express on the 4th of March, 2026, that said, contactless transactions made with Visa payments methods during Carnival increased by 30% compared to previous year, demonstrating successful modernization of commercial infrastructure within the Carnival ecosystem. This digital transformation was facilitated in partnership with NCC and the National Payment and Innovation Company of Trinidad and Tobago to equip Carnival vendors with point-of-sale capability, a critical success achieved under this administration. It shows that we are working on the infrastructure, not just the physical infrastructure, but we are putting things in place to ensure that Carnival is safe in the sense that you don't have to walk around with paper money to be robbed. We are doing things that is necessary to ensure that we expand our Carnival product. Mr. President, I would like to state that our stakeholders are calling for a Carnival business incubator and mass hubs to help practitioners transition into the orange economy. I would have heard those opposite mention the orange economy. Small vendors and mass makers reported significant challenges in accessing balancing fund and sponsorship. This government have to treat with that. Mr. President, this is precisely why the government is making efforts to make Carnival more marketable, more profitable, and we have put out the Carnival 365 platform to ensure that we do what is necessary, that stakeholders earn year-round. Mr. President, the safety record speaks volume. The infrastructure, the fact that consultations started and we did not wait for a motion to file, says that this government have been proactive and not reactive, Mr. President. Mr. President, I would like to take this honorable House to what is already in the public domain, and it is to further develop a point with regards to the infrastructure. Mr. President, when it came to the stakeholders' consultations, what the consultations pointed out is that, like one of my colleagues opposite stated, the Savannah space, much infrastructural work is needed. Infrastructure remains a main point of friction. Over 68% of the respondents pointed out limited mobility. I heard with regards to the traffic congestion that was pointed out in the stakeholders' consultation. They pointed out with regards to the cleanliness of the Savannah space, of our toilet spaces. All of this was raised in the stakeholders' consultations. And all of this will inform what the government does next, Mr. President. Mr. President, as positive as Carnival 2026 was, the overall product, I will admit, requires work. But I am glad that those opposite stood on their legs and pointed out. It didn't happen this year. It is a system that we inherited. It is a system that those opposite are more guilty than any other citizen of Trinidad and Tobago, because they knew they were in power and they did absolutely nothing. But would come to this house and expect in 12 months that this government fix what they did not do in 10 years, in 40 years. Shameful. If that is not shameful, Mr. President, I don't know what is. Hearing the truth is sometimes hard.
Yeah, it's hard.
I know it's hard.
She's a just company.
It's hard, it's hard. Mr. President, I now turn to a matter that is in my respectful submission. This Senate must consider carefully the timing and the intent of this motion. Senator Vera, as I said, I thank you for bringing it. You are a distinguished member of this chamber, a long-standing, long-serving. I stand to be corrected. It baffles me as to why now. If memory serves me well, you are the most long-standing member in this chamber. He has served as an independent senator and is expected to bring considerable legal expertise to this body. But here we are today. He is also, as is widely known, served for many years as legal counsel to the National Carnival Bands Association. He said so himself here today. If any member of this Senate has had sustained, intimate, professional engagement with carnival industry, it will be the mover of this motion. He said so himself. And yet, Mr. President, a careful search of the Parliament records would reveal a striking fact. In all the Senate's years of service, Senator's years of service in this chamber, and in all his decades of professional association with the carnival industry, no such motion on the sustainable development of Carnival has previously been brought here. Not during the periods of underfunding and neglect, not during the periods when mass camps were closing and panyards were struggling, not during the years when the Newsday editorial of the 23rd of January 2026 noted things that happened of the past and why no one stood as a champion. The motion arrives now, precisely at the moment when this government and this minister has delivered what is acknowledged as the most successful carnival in a generation. It arrives after the safest carnival in 20 years. It arrives after 13% increase in visitors' arrival. Yes, I would like the numbers to be in the hundreds of thousands, but I inherited 46,000 and I got it to 54,000. We're fixing it. It will take time. It arrives after, reportedly, 640 million direct expenditure. It arrives after the launch of the most comprehensive stakeholder exercise. It arrives now. I do not question the senator's motives, Mr. President. That is not my place. But I invite this Senate to consider the objective circumstances. A motion that calls for action that is already being taken, filed at the very moment that the action is bearing fruit. The people of Trinidad and Tobago are entitled to ask, why now? Why not the years when Carnival truly needed a champion in this chamber? And I want to put on record, maybe it is that he recognizes the political will of the Honorable Kamla Prasad-Bissessa administration to make the necessary changes. And for that, I want to again thank the Senator for your vote of confidence.
You realize the ship not sinking.
I want to take time to thank each member for acknowledging everything that you took time and placed on a record here today. This government will be the only government to ever address it. I want to take the remaining time of my few minutes to thank colleagues opposite for joining the conversation and acknowledging that NCC is the greatest cash cow in Trinidad and Tobago, and that those opposite allowed that leak on the public purse, and that those opposite is responsible for everything that is wrong with the cultural sector of Trinidad and Tobago. Your hands are not clean. Thank you, my dear friend. But what I want to tell you, this minister, this administration, led by the Honorable Kamla Prasad-Bissessa, with the Honorable AG at her side, we will fix it. And I look forward to your support when whenever the bill with regards to NCC, whenever that debate enters this chamber, I look forward to your support. And I sat here and I listened, and Hansard would reflect that you put on public record everything that is wrong. So do not politicize it in the public domain when we bring it. Because far too long, the cultural sector of Trinidad and Tobago have been used as personal, political tools. Only remembered when the election bell is rung. And that is the reason it is in the state it is today. Whether you admit it, you forbear it, it is your fault. The shame and the guilt is yours. We on this side, what we have on our record is that we have always supported the stakeholders, and we will continue to do so. And I hope and I pray that you do not politicize the work that needs to be done. Like you lend your voice in support of this motion, lend your voice in support of the work that has to be executed by my ministry and the government of Trinidad and Tobago, led by Cabinet Secretary. I thank you.
Mr. President, I beg to move that the Senate do now adjourn to a date to be fixed.
Honorable Senators, before I put the question on the adjournment, leave has been granted for a matter to be raised on the motion for the adjournment of the Senate. I recognize Senator Dr. Marlene Atz.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to raise the following matter on the motion for the adjournment: the need for the government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago to outline its monetary policy direction regarding recent and proposed currency changes and its impact on small business and low-income consumers. Mr. President, again, I thank you for granting me leave to raise this matter, which is one of growing importance to citizens and businesses, namely the need for government to clearly articulate its monetary policy direction and to outline its public education strategy regarding recent and proposed currency changes, including the introduction of the new $100 polymer note and the possible cessation of the 5-cent coin, and the implications of both of these issues for consumer prices, for rounding practices, and the impact on small business and low-income consumers. Mr. President, at first glance, these may appear to be technical or administrative adjustments, but currency is not merely a medium of exchange. It is a signal of trust, stability, and predictability in an economy. And when those signals become unclear or inconsistent, uncertainty enters the system. Mr. President, I wish to address these two matters separately because while they are related, they raise distinct policy concerns. Let us first consider the issue of the $100 polymer note. The Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago had indicated that a new series of the $100 note featuring enhanced security features and a redesigned coat of arms incorporating the steel pan was to be introduced as part of its ongoing currency modernization program. Those new notes were publicly stated by the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago to be introduced in September 2025. The expectation at that time was clear that the note would be rolled out, supported by public education and preparation within the financial system. However, Mr. President, in June of 2025, the population was advised that the then newly appointed Minister of Finance had instructed the Central Bank to suspend the printing and rollout of that very note until further notice. The Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago confirmed that all work related to the design, preparation, and printing had been halted based on that instruction from the Honourable Minister of Finance in June of 2025. Subsequently, we have heard indications that a rollout of the new $100 note is now back on stream and scheduled to be rolled out in August of 2026. Mr. President, what this reflects is a sequence of forward movement, pause, and rescheduling without a clearly articulated policy framework explaining these shifts. And that, Mr. President, raises a fundamental question. What is the government's overarching monetary and currency management strategy? Mr. President, this matter on the adjournment calls specifically for that policy direction to be clearly outlined to the national community. The second issue that I wish to raise in this regard, Mr. President, is the news of the possible cessation of the 5-cent coin. This is a different issue, but one with direct and immediate implications for prices and consumers. We understand, based on a statement issued by the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago, that consideration is being given to the removal of the 5-cent coin, driven by the economic reality that the cost of minting low-value coins can exceed their face value, and that their use in everyday transactions has declined. On the surface, Mr. President, this appears to be a logical efficiency measure. It is not an unusual development, and many countries have taken similar steps for precisely these reasons. But the real issue, Mr. President, is not the coin itself, it's what happens next. Because once the smallest denomination is removed, transactions must then be rounded. In the absence of clear rules, two businesses can apply two different rounding practices for the same item, and that is where the inconsistency and potentially consumer frustration may arise. In practice, prices are often rounded up more than down. Consumers could then perceive that prices are increasing, and over time, those small increments accumulate. What we observe, therefore, is not immediate inflation, but gradual creeping upward drift in prices. And importantly, Mr. President, perception matters. If citizens believe that prices are quietly increasing, that perception alone can shape behavior and expectations around the economy. We also need to ask ourselves, Mr. President, who carries the burden of these changes? It is the pensioner paying in cash, it is the market vendor, it is the low-income household managing daily expenses. For many citizens, the reality is simple. Small change matters. And when those few cents accumulate through repeated rounding up, the effect is not theoretical, it is very real. And this is why we must assess not only efficiency, but also fairness. Mr. President, small and medium enterprises are on the front line of these changes. They will be required to adjust their pricing, they'll be required to explain changes to customer, and they'll be required to manage both cash and digital transactions. Without clear guidance, Mr. President, our SMEs face risk, operational confusion, and potential conflict with customers. A poorly managed transition could therefore erode both business confidence and consumer trust. Mr. President, both of these issues, whether the $100 note or the 5-cent coin, point to a common gap. What I see as the absence of a clear and sustained public education strategy and clarity on the monetary policy direction. We are dealing with customers making daily decisions, we are dealing with businesses setting prices, and we're dealing with households managing limited resources. And I therefore think that clarity is essential. In its absence, customers, the average citizen, lacks understanding, businesses lack direction, and the system becomes susceptible to inconsistency. Mr. President, the issue is not whether change should occur. There are sound economic reasons for these adjustments. There is sound economic logic in modernizing currency systems. There is logic behind improving efficiency and reducing unnecessary costs. But these changes must be clearly articulated, they must be properly sequenced, and they need to be fairly implemented. What I suggest is required now, Mr. President, is clarity and a clear policy statement on currency changes, a structured and sustained public education campaign, and a transparent rounding framework with safeguards to prevent bias and protect consumers. Mr. President, monetary policy does not operate in abstraction. It operates in the everyday lives of citizens. It is reflected in the price of food, the cost of transport, and the change people receive at counters. A few cents here and there may seem insignificant, but over time, these small amounts accumulate, placing a growing burden on those who can least afford it. Mr. President, in matters such as these, policy clarity is not optional. It is a necessity. Mr. President, I thank you.
The Minister of Planning, Economic Affairs and Development, and the Minister in the Ministry of Finance.
Mr. President, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to respond to this motion, and I thank the Honourable Senator for moving it. For it allowed me to clarify a few things. First of all, Mr. President, as the Honourable Senator would know, that all monetary policy lies under the sole purview of the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. President, the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago has the sole responsibility for the issuance and regulatory and regulation of currency in Trinidad and Tobago. Section 3(3)(a) of the Central Bank Act, 7902, states that the bank shall have the exclusive right to issue and redeem currency notes and coin in Trinidad and Tobago. I can understand the Senator's confusion, Mr. President, because as Senator Dan Paul and probably as Mini-Me would know or may have done in the past, this government does not conflate fiscal policy with monetary policy. In fact, Mr. President, Section 21(2) provides that the bank has the sole right to issue notes and coins in Trinidad and Tobago, and such notes and coins are legal tender in Trinidad and Tobago. And therefore, this government will be irresponsible as to articulate a monetary policy, because that remains, and our intention is to always follow what is laid out by the acts of legislation that we subscribe to and that we also are responsible for approving here in this chamber. So this government will not interfere with the sole domain and purview of the central bank. Having said that, Mr. President, the bank, with the approval of the minister, may, on given 3 months' notice, publish in the Gazette, call, or in any of its notes and coins on payments of the face value. Therefore, and any such notes or coins with respect to such a notice have been given under this section shall, on the expiration of the notice, cease to be legal tender, but shall be redeemed at face value by the bank upon such conditions as may be prescribed. And one can understand the confusion of those opposite, because when they were in government and there was an issuance of new currencies, it was such a colossal, confusing episode that many citizens are still stuck.
Correct. An instruction from the Minister of Finance?
Still stuck. And then the Minister of Finance was issuing instructions as opposed to the Governor of the Central Bank. Correct. So one can understand their confusion. And Mr. President, the Ministry of Finance is guided by the advice of the Central Bank with regard to the need for enhancing the security features of our legal tender, whilst taking into consideration the utility and functionality of our currency denomination and the resulting cost-benefit of continued production. Mr. President, we are advised by the Central Bank, consistent with the currency obligation under the Act, the bank continuously reviews its currency operations to ensure that there are adequate quantities of notes available, confidence is maintained in Trinidad and Tobago currency, and costs are managed. The bank has recently advised of a rollout of a new 100 denomination note in August of 2026. The rollout meets the following 3 objectives: upgrade of the security features of the country's highest denomination, The $100 banknote currently in circulation is the 2019 series, which replaced the earlier cotton-based 100 notes that were subsequently demonetized. In line with the established international banknote industry practice, monetary authorities typically undertake a mid-series upgrade approximately 5 to 7 years after initial issuance. Update to reflect new coat of arms. Mr. President, the national emblems of Trinidad and Tobago Regulation Amendment Act was recently amended to facilitate the national adoption of a new coat of arms. This requires all currency notes bearing the current design to be withdrawn from legal tender by 2031. This statutory requirement places an obligation on the central bank to ensure that compliant replacement notes are introduced and widely circulated well in advance of the prescribed timeline. The introduction of the new notes will occur alongside the withdrawal of the old ones from circulation. Mr. President, a final decision has not yet been taken by this government on the advice of the central bank to demonetize the 5-cent coin. We have been advised by the central bank that the continued circulation of the 5-cent coin has become economically unjustifiable when viewed against the current cost to produce a single 5-cent coin and the sustained erosion of purchasing power caused by 5 cents of inflation. In real terms, the value that 5 cents represent in 1980 would now require approximately 18 to 20 cents to achieve equivalent purchasing parity of power. As a result, the 5-cent coin has little to no relevance in practical commerce today. There are no goods or services in the current market that can be purchased independently for 5 cents. The central bank has indicated that the role of the 5-cent coin is further diminished by the growing dominance of electronic payment methods, including debit and credit cards, and to a less extent, mobile payment platform. Consequently, Mr. President, any removal of the 5-cent coin would have minimal impact on consumer activity. This assessment is reinforced by the central bank's experience of a largely one-way circulation pattern, where issued coins are rarely returned to the banking system, as consumers tend to retain them at home or dispose of them altogether. Mr. President, the central bank has advised that the introduction of a refreshed polymer banknote series bearing the new coat of arms is expected to have a neutral to positive impact on small businesses and lower-income consumers. Polymer notes offer enforced durability, increased security features, longer circulation life, and improved resistance to wear and tear and contamination, which is especially beneficial in a high-turnover cash environment, common in small retail operations. Fewer damaged notes translate into smoother transactions and reduce instances where notes are rejected due to poor condition. From a consumer perspective, Mr. President, particularly among lower-income groups who rely more heavily on physical currency, the continued availability of legal tender in familiar denominations ensure continuity and convenience. The statutory requirement that existing notes will remain legal tender until 2031 provides ample time for orderly transition to the new note, minimizing uncertainty and avoiding abrupt disruptions to cash futures. The bank's obligation to introduce compliant replacement notes well in advance further safeguards public confidence in the currency. Let me go back to the 5-cent coin, Mr. President, because I think it's important for us to understand, for small businesses particularly micro retailers and vendors that continue to transact largely in cash, the removal of the 5-cent coin is unlikely to disrupt pricing or sale activity. The 5-cent coin no longer holds independent purchasing power and is not capable of facilitating any standalone transaction. Its role has been reduced primarily to supporting exact change calculations, rather than serving as a meaningful medium of exchange. In practice, many retail transactions are already rounded informally, and pricing structures are typically set as multiples of higher value denominations. For lower-income consumers, the demonetization is not expected to erode purchasing power. The bank's data shows that a one-way flow of 5-cent coins, where coins are issued and very rarely returned. This suggests that consumers typically retain them unused or dispose of them. In fact, as was alluded to by the mover of the motion, demonetizing the 5-cent coin is broadly a fiscal necessity to eliminate an unsustainable financial loss for the country. Minting a 5-cent coin costs the central bank approximately 24 cents, which is 19 cents more than its face value. On an annual basis, the bank spends approximately 0.6 million to 0.7 million to issue between 12 to 14 million 5-cent coins in circulation, with the production cost exceeding a coin's worth and its face value reflecting a mere 0.3% or 28.9 million of the 9.6 billion of total currency in circulation as of 2025. Its continued issuance constitutes a drain on the public finances. By removing the 5 cents denomination, the central bank curbs the source of negative seigniorage, eliminates a direct financial loss, and allows the government to reallocate resources more efficiently within the economy. Mr. President, the matter of demonetization of the 5-cent coin is currently before Cabinet. There has been no policy decision by government on the advice of the central bank, and there are no plans by this government or the central bank to demonetize any other coin. If government were to approve the central bank's recommendation, Trinidad and Tobago's future coin suite will therefore consist of 10 cents and 25-cent pieces. Mr. President, I thank you.
Honorable Senators, the question is that the Senate do now adjourn to a date to be fixed. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. This Senate now stands adjourned to a date to be fixed.